Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your very humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. And I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite Creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from our Creator and from the universe. So, with that said, I'm a minute or two late. YouTube trying to not let me get on live again. I have no idea sometimes what the dickens is going on. Hey, Miss Chloe. And so, but anyway, so we have a lot of stuff going on these days, and was had to go to town today to just take care of monthly business kind of thing. It thank goodness I got my check. No, Trump didn't withhold our Social Security checks. Not that I know of. Um, I'll tell you, just as a thought in passing, you sure can tell the MAGA folks because they are the ones that are going, and they're just humming along. And the Democrats, you can tell, get out of my way. All right. They're like dragons in Teenage Mutant Ninja, never mind. So yeah, I was looking for my pipe. Um, Old King Cole was a merry old soul, and a merry old soul was he. He called for his pipe, and he called for his bowl, and he called for his fiddlers three. Sing me a tune, oh, sing me a tune, joyful and quite merry. He said this to his cast and crew, and the smallest was very hairy. I can't find my implement. There it is, hiding from me. So, but anyway, I went to town and to do some, just like I said, the first of the month kind of stuff. And there's some. I went to the mercantile hardware store, True Value, and there's some people with a table set up. And whatever they was doing, I didn't really care. Not to be rude, but them folks that do that, I don't want to go talk to them before I go in the store because then I forget what I went in the store for. So I'm like, nah, let me just go do my business. When I come out, I'll go over and see what they got. So, which is what I did. So there was an Oriental type lady there who was not from the Orient at all. She, had South Asian, South Seas kind of, very pretty lady. About up to my shoulders and, in her 20s. So, hi, we're from the Stand for the Silent. And I'm like, okay, what's that? And they had some stuff on this table, a card table that was set up there, and a sign, Stand for the Silent, And I was like, okay, so what is it? She says, well, it's about teen bullying and suicide. And I was like, well, I lived a life of wanting to commit suicide. Hey, Johan, how you doing? In fact, I survived an attempted suicide by hanging way back when I was 17, 18 years old, and I'm 72. So, and I tried a few times after that, not in the last 15 years, mind you. But so I was like, I can. I don't have a lot of money, but I could donate to your organization. And I talked with her and hem hawed and do a little this, that, and the other thing about their organization and so forth. And I was quite pleased because anyone, in my humble opinion, who's working on anything to try to help folks to not commit suicide, right? Cheers, my friends. Ooh, that was nice. So, to make a long story short about this part of it, anyway, I said, well, they had packages starting at $30, $50, $100, whatever, right? I was like, I don't fit in any of those categories. And I was thinking basically in my head, I could probably do 20. 10 would be easier on me, but okay, be grateful. And, it's something that I really do care about. And bullying is not a good thing, but suicide's even worse. So there are folks out there who are talking with teens and other folks, about, that suicide ain't no good, right? And I'm like, yeah, okay, I can contribute to that. So I'm $20. So she says, I've got these little packets that we give out to the homeless, and they've got toothpaste and a toothbrush and that kind of stuff in them. And for $20, you can purchase one of those to go to somebody. And I said, well, okay, that works for me. So not only are they collecting money for the bullying thing, but also what money they do collect, they're donating things to homeless and like that. So it's like groovy. So then I say, well, how much is that t-shirt over there worth? How much do I have to give to get that t-shirt right over there? And she said, well, if you buy this package that gives out toothbrushes to folks and stuff, I will give you the t-shirt. Kindness wins. Can y'all see that? Is it showing up backwards? So for $20, I donated to give toothbrushes and stuff away. And also, I had this beautiful t shirt that says kindness wins in 24. Well, the 24, of course, this is February. It was showing up right. Okay. The letters didn't show up backwards, right? Okay. So kindness, you know, kindness wins. Oh, I got a backwards thingy. That's a good motto, you know? Kindness wins. And this might be a residual of 24, 2024, but it is absolutely the prelude and the sequel thingy prequel to this year. Well, there was a good start in a lot of areas and a lot of craziness with folks here at the first of this month and the first of this year also. Punxsutawney Phil, went back in his hole. Yeah, down here I think it was partly cloudy, so I guess it would have depended on what time he stuck his nose out. But redneck, redneck Ricky down here in South Georgia, you know, Ricky's my next door neighbor. I'm kidding. Um, so anyway, at looking to what's going on here in the future, there are folks who are just freaking out, and there. I've been listening to a lot of different channels with a lot of different pundits and a lot of folks, and oh, somebody, thank you, whoever the new subscriber is. God bless you. So to stand up for the silent, for me, means more than just folks who get bullied. Because a lot of times, you can tell if a person's been bullied. Okay. They've got bruises or they've got this or, they walk with their head down and, the kids, there's outward signs that somebody could be bullied. Um, but somebody who's just got weirdness in their head and that for some reason death and suicide seems to be the primary thing is says, I just don't want to live. I can't take it anymore. I don't want to be here and people don't like me and just on and on and on it goes on in your head. So who do you talk to about the crazy voices? I mean, I'm being serious. Who do you talk to about the crazy voices? And sometimes they're voices, and sometimes it's just thoughts. But your thoughts go flipping crazy. They're running all around in your head, and you don't know what's going on. And my girlfriend don't like me, and my girlfriend dumped me, or people like over here, and there's all those people in that group over there. And every time I do something, they all turn and snicker and laugh at me. And yet, oh my God, and these things run through your head. And have been shows and pictures and movies and series and things about people who go through this. Yeah, you can watch it in the movies, but in real life, it is a real thing. So in that, there are people who they're not bullied and they're not necessarily harassed, but they're not brought into a group and said, come on over here, Dave, and sit down. They're like, hey man, you go over there and you go, who gave you permission to sit over here? And then tables for the geeks is down yonder. It just stuff, right? So if you don't fit with people, or you don't do something, or you don't, and you end up sitting by yourself or with the other geeks, that now you're the geeks, you know, which ain't a bad thing. I started liking hanging out with the geeks, and it was like, the heck with the rest of you jocks and everybody. I'm hanging with the geeks, man. So I think that matters. But and I'm recalling myself, but none of my geeky friends and nobody knew that I was having these suicidal thoughts. So now, all through the last year of high school, having these things and being weird and just don't know what to do. And everybody else has got a plan. Well, I'm going to go to school over here and I'm going to do this over there. What are you going to do, Dave? I'm going to go fudge around. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't have a clue what I'm going to do when I get out of high school. I want to take a break. I want to just, see what's up. But you ask me what I want to do, I don't have a clue. So then, about 10 days into being graduated, Becky, the adopted mother, starts, you have to have a job. And I'm like, I understand that. I just graduated high school. I need a little buffer here. I've had school for the last 12 years. I've had high school for the last 4. I've been through a lot of stress. Can I have 2 weeks off before I start to work? Can I lay around the house and watch TV? Can I go down to the river and go swimming? Can I just chill out and try to figure out what my next step is? Well, that was a big no. I got kicked out of the house. They changed the locks on the doors, and I'm living in a cardboard box with nothing. Nothing. One change of clothes is what I had on. Nothing else. So I go by my house the next day or so. Now I'm walking, ain't got nothing to ride on. Don't have a bicycle anymore. They sold it. So I go by the house to talk to my brother to say, hey, can you like sneak some clothes out for me? Throw them out the window here because I don't have any clothes. I don't have another pair of shoes. I don't have anything. And so he's like, no, because mom will really get on to me, and you know how she is. And he said, besides that, she put everything in the garbage can the other day. And I went, what? She took everything I owned and collected through high school, my yearbook, everything, all my collection of stuff, love letters from girls, you name everything, and put it in the garbage and put it on the side of the road. All my clothes, shoes, socks, everything. She cleaned it out. So now I'm like, nobody loves me. Everybody hates me. I'm going to eat some worms. That's how much of a bitch Becky was. But here's the thing, there are children, male and female, that are living in situations where the mother or the father, or maybe it's another sibling, does not like one of the other siblings or doesn't like the son or the daughter. And I didn't find out until like 50 years later that Becky was locking my sister in the closet. And I'm like, what? Becky was mean to me, but she didn't lock me in the closet. I volunteered to go in by myself because I could go in the closet and close the door and turn on the light and put model airplanes together and get, lo and behold, to me, and get high off the glue. So I was perfectly happy, pink elephants on parade. But what that led to then, after a year, and I'd met some people, and I rented a room from them because they needed help and I needed help, and it was a nice apartment complex, and so it was right after, I hadn't been out of high school long, and I'd been through a couple of jobs by this time. And at this time, I had a really good job. I was making good money. I was close to where I worked. I mean, it was like less than a mile. And so, or about a mile, I guess I should say. And everything was groovy until there was an accident, and this guy ran in behind me and folded my pickup truck in like this, put me through the windshield. I bent the steering wheel, and I got out of the truck and was able to go over to the vehicle that hit us head on. Or actually, it was not head on, but backwards. Back. But I got out of the truck and went back, and his face was all bloody. He'd smashed into the windshield. This was before, mandatory seat belts kind of thing. And so I opened the door and I pulled him out, and I took my t-shirt off and I gave it to him to pull on his face because he was bleeding. And so I couldn't tell what was going on. So I went over and sat on the curb. Well, when I sat down, that was it. I don't remember anything else except I woke up in the hospital. laying on a gurney in the hallway. My mother, Becky, would not sign me into the hospital because I was only 19 years old, and at that time you had to be 21. So because I wasn't 21 yet, they could not officially sign me into the hospital, even though I was bloody, and even though I had done, I was unconscious, and even though all this other stuff. So 9 hours I laid on the gurney in the hallway in the hospital. And finally, some friends of mine went all the way out into the Zephyr Hills, and which is 30 miles away, kind of thing. And went up there, got my grandmother, and brought her back. And Granny signed me into the hospital. So it's like, are you kidding? Now Becky and Arnie were standing right beside me, and they said no. Now this sets up my depression. Okay, I know too much backstory. But what happened was that 10 days later, when I got out of the hospital, I was having dinner with my friends, staying at their house. Everything was groovy. I was trying to get my senses back. I'd had a bad bout, 2 weeks in the hospital with head concussion, and I couldn't stay awake. And back then, it was really a study. So I'm being depressed. Nobody knows what's going on. My head hurts. I get dizzy. I'm on suspension from work. And this has happened. I had this and now I don't have anything. And my pickup truck is squashed. I just bought it the same day. I mean, this stuff, a bunch of stuff I got crapped on a bunch in one day. So now I'm sitting there trying to figure it out, and I'm having a glass of wine. Now, lo and behold, to me, I didn't know that you should not mix alcohol with Valium. So it's a common thing for them to treat you with Valium and all. So I had my Valium, wasn't overtaking it, wasn't doing anything that I wasn't supposed to. I was taking some, I don't know, whatever the pain pills were at the time. Everything was legit. And 12 o'clock, I was kind of sort of boo-hooing and sitting on the floor and just kind of going back and forth, and I'd drink a little bit more wine, and I'd have another toke, and I'd smoke another cigarette, and I'd sit there on the floor and rock back and forth. And then I started making a hangman's noose with the correct loops and everything, and doing it. And I just got into the hangman's noose. So when I finished the hangman's noose, I was like, I wonder how this sucker feels with everything that's gone on. My girlfriend left me, that this happened, lost all the stuff that had happened to me within the course of, like 48 hours. I just don't want to be here. I know I'm only 19 years old, but my family has literally left me in the hallway at a hospital to die. Don't care. Whatever happens to him happens. We are not going to sign him into the hospital. Well, since I wasn't bleeding out or anything. So, all of these things, you talk about being depressed, talk about feeling unwanted, unloved, that was the point. Becky was a pure bitch. So, the more I contemplate this stuff, the more depressed I get. And I'm drinking Boone's Farm Strawberry Hill, for those of you in the know. So I'm having a wine glass and I'm pouring it in, and I'm not excessively drinking. I'm just drinking wine. And I don't think I think I might have drank the whole bottle, but it took me all night to do it. So, but in the meantime, I made that hangman's noose and considered it, and my mind tossed over this, that, and the other thing. And the next thing I know, I found myself downstairs across the parking lot where there was a basketball net. And I threw the rope over the basketball net and brought it back down and tied it to the pole real good, and I had a box that I could stand on. It was a little wobbly kind of thing, and I got on it and put my head up in there, and realized it was a little slack and adjusted it and thought to myself while it's hanging there, like, well, here I go, and I stepped off that box. Well, there wasn't any neck snapping. What it was is I was dangling with my toes about, I could just touch the ground. I mean, just literally just my toes. And I was kind of sort of bouncing because the hoop on the basketball net was given. So I was kind of bouncing up and down with like this and I'm being hung. And I'm like, this is not what I thought it was going to be. Suicide is not fun. Now, I don't know. There's some people these days that like being choked for some sexual gratification. Nuh-uh. I'm sorry, nix, nada, no. But back then, in this early 70s, I'm hanging there with from the basketball goal, slowly choking to death. And I'm like, this is not working. This is not working. I'm bouncing up and down, and now I start struggling. But I'm hanging. The rope is doing its job. And I'm like, uh-oh. It woke me up like, I'm not drunk anymore. Hey, God, let me down from here. And so now what do I do? So I'm being stretched out. I have pushed the box over to where I can't get it with my feet and climb back on it. I'm dangling from the rope from the basketball net. And I'm thinking, do I have anything in my pockets? Now I'm a Boy Scout from a long way back, and I always carry a pocket knife most of the time. And I was like, fudge, do I have my pocket knife? Now, there was somebody who said, oh, you put that pocket knife in your pocket because you weren't really going to commit suicide. And I have told folks, I will tell you, my frame of mind was I wanted to die. I was not thinking about how I could avoid being hung. I was doing my best to do it right. That's why I made a noose with all the correct loops in it. And it looked great, man. Let me tell you, it looked just like an old Western, style noose from a movie. And but hanging there and bouncing, especially after it kept going, and 2 minutes went by, and 3 minutes go by, and I'm choking and bouncing, and I'm like, this is no good. So, hey, John, how are you? You sent me a message. I got a message from somebody. It was a John, and they said they wanted to come down in the next 90 days. And I'm like, who is this person? I don't know who it is. And I was looking and I was like, is this John Price? Because you just subscribed. And I do know some other Johns, but they didn't give me a hint. So anyway, hey Susie Q, how you doing? So anyway, as I was being stretched, my arms, it was difficult to reach my pockets. So I was like, so I literally got my fingers down around my waist. Now I'm bouncing and choking, right? I can't look down. So, um, but I'm pulling my pants up, I'm scrunching it up like this, and to get to where my pocket knife is in my pocket. And I work it out from the outside because I can't reach in my pocket to get it, right? Except just a little bit. I got it out and I got both hands and I finally opened it and the damn thing was so dull. I tried stabbing that rope. I tried sawing that rope. I tried to use friction and it seemed like it was an eternity before I could cut through that rope. Bad knife. So then after being cut down, after I cut myself down. How long was this? It was at least 5 minutes. And you say, well, that ain't nothing. And but I was supposed to be dead in like one. I wasn't supposed to still be alive and choking and a big red thing around my neck, et cetera, et cetera. The least it was 5 minutes. It wasn't you, John. Okay, you're still welcome to, to come and go boating with me. You know, I still don't have a partner for that yet, but so anyway, I went through all that. Now, the next day, I went down to the hospital. I mean, the next morning, they tied me up for the rest of the night so I wouldn't harm myself. And in doing so, they tied me so tight that I went neurotic. I went off the deep end. You cannot tie me with my hands behind my back. I will just freak out. There are certain other things, you know. So PTSD will trigger me, and and I won't have anything to do with it. I will just already be there when the incident happens. So then I start on therapy, and that's when Father Facchetti tried to poke me in the back. Father Facchetti poked me in the butt. Okay. So I was vulnerable, suicidal. I went to Father McCarthy. He tried to poke me in the butt. All during this time. So I'm even more depressed after the fact because I went to people that I thought could help me, and all they wanted to do was poke me in the butt. And you say, well, dang, Dave. Well, but this is my story. You don't know what other people's stories are. You follow me? So this stand for the silent means a whole lot more to me. Now, there really is truly an organization, okay? In 2010, I had it up here on the thing. But so it really is, it's a 501c3. So it is a for real organization, all right? And they, for real, collect money. They gave me a receipt. They made me sign the receipt for their proof, for their copy. So, so I'm very serious. And I have talked about suicide in the past and how it's just like, no, I used to work for the Suicide Crisis Center in Tampa as a volunteer back in the day. I have worked in different ways with different people over the years. And, some of the folks were just friends, but they were sort of on suicide watch in that, like it's like my brother who's in the hospital in a diabetic coma, right? All he wanted to do was die for the last 20 years. My kids don't love me. My wife thinks I'm a this. And hey, Steve, how are you? And this is this, I just don't want to be alive anymore. Well, so now that he's in a diabetic coma, he doesn't have to use a gun. And he's in a diabetic coma since Wednesday of last week. And his eyes will flutter open, but there's nothing in there. And they've done tests on him. Um, and there's just whatever, however long he was out, and he hit his head. So he's got at least a mild concussion. But oxygen deprivation is sort of like being drowned and not having enough air. So if he wakes up, the chances of my brother being able to walk and talk again normally is like very slim. It will be more like he had a massive stroke. So this sounds bad, but here's the thing. When you don't, if you don't get your suicide right, you can end up disfigured. There's a guy that You know, he was in a nursing home for a long time, and my friend Marcia, who passed away a couple of years ago, you've all heard me talk about her. Um, you know, he took a gun to blow his brains out, and he missed at close range. And he angled the gun instead of straight through, it went up. And so it went through this section of his brain, and it tore a big old hole on the side of his head. Now, don't get me wrong. And he had a plate there, and she took care of him and stuff. And but the thing is that he didn't die, and he shot himself in the head. Like me, I was choking to death, but it didn't kill me, but it left me with a bad neck. I've had issues with my neck since the rest of my life, and and other things. So other people who have tried to commit suicide and missed, you know, have ended up with different varying degrees of physical harm, not counting mental harm. But because then when you don't succeed, it sets up a weird scenario in your head. And what is that, Dave? It's that, oh my God, I can't even do that right. I can't even kill myself right. I mean, I wanted to do it, blah, 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 but I can't even kill myself right. And then that plays in your crazy little brain. And so, standing for the silent, there are people who have these crazy little windings in their head, and they're going tick, 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 like a clock, tink, tink, tink. And so, as these different things are in their heads, the little click, they'll have a thought and it'll click. They'll have another thought, click. Then they'll think about the two together, click. And then sometimes the tempo picks up. Instead of just going click, it goes click, 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 click. But anyway, yeah, Steve, I know you and I have talked, and I swear to goodness, I need to, we just need to have a good chit chat. Hopefully soon. So, but anyway, so the standing up for the silent, standing for the silent. So I had this conversation with this young lady. Of course, the young man was standing there too. And I said, as I see your organization, it's not just about bullies and um, suicide, folks who in suicide. And she was like, well, what do you mean? And I said, well, I have a small YouTube channel. God bless all you. May the creator, help you in your endeavors. And I said, and I've talked about suicide and depression and that kind of thing several times, over the years. And I always try to enlighten folks and leave people with it in some kind of upbeat, something. And and here I am. I'm a survivor of a hanging, a failed hanging. And plus that's not counting the times that, I drank too much and had a bunch of pills and stuff. And I didn't mention anything else. I just left it at that. And I said, but in talking on my YouTube channel, and I've met many people, and we've talked about, like Steve, we've talked about suicide and how we felt, and I said, there have been people who have told me, thank you, David, for helping me, with my depression and to see other ways around it and, like that. And it kept me from, doing suicide. So I'm like, well, you're welcome. And that's sort of my job here. I know how I was and I needed support. And I've seen other people, thank God. There was one or two people that weren't my close friends, but I knew them, that I found out later on, got a hold of some heroin and they ended up dying, killed themselves through drugs. And they were, they're 25 years old, just, but I was 25 years old at one time and I was, doing a bunch of drugs, never heroin. I never wanted to do heroin. Never. So, I told her, I said, this stand for the silent, I said, should also go to people like me. She said, well, what are you talking about? And I said, because there are a lot of us out there, like, Steve and other folks. We've had conversations about depression. We've had conversations about, you know, um, suicide and how we try to work through it and how other people have or haven't helped us with our depression, but that we've had suicidal thoughts, tendencies, and whatever. And I said, we're the ones that made it through. We've made it through a suicide attempt or two, and we're on the other side. We are survivors of the attempts. We did it to ourselves, but we have survived ourselves. We have survived the devil inside us. We survived killing ourselves, the murdering ourselves, taking us out of, okay. And I said, as survivors, we're very quiet. Now, my mouth goes yakety yak all the time. So it's like, but I said, here's the thing, ma'am. I think you should include us. And I don't mean me personally, but you should, in your talks with people that you give, you should talk about the people who have survived suicide. They are a silent in the background. Many of us have felt, ridiculous or stupid or silly or whatever. You know, um, you tried to commit suicide. Yeah. Oh well, you and blah blah blah. There's a stigma with that, right? So what do you do? So it's like most folks just don't talk about it. If nobody knows you tried, like a good friend of mine, we were talking one day and I was saying something about, suicide and people doing it, trying different ways and things. And she had a long sleeve shirt on. And she tapped me on the forearm. And I was like, yeah. And she pointed down because we were in a crowded place. And she pulled her sleeve up, like this. And there were lines across her wrists, like all the way up to here. I mean, just a bunch of them. And she pulled her other wrist up like this and just pointed. And then she pulled her sleeves back down and buttoned them up. And I went, oh. So for 20 years, I've known this person. She's never, ever once mentioned that. She used to cut on her arms. And so, as part of the silent, those who are standing in silence, she's another survivor. You know, she made it through her own demise. You know what I mean? So it's like there are a bunch of silent people who have survived their own suicide attempt. And so I said, ma'am, did you ever think about this like that? And she went, no, I didn't. And I said, well, ma'am, you should highly consider it because there are people who have survived, but they need help too. Now, here's the thing. I've survived. Why do I need help? Hawkeye, what the fudge, man? You made it. You didn't kill yourself. For whatever reason, I cut myself down. Was I chicken? Yeah, I will admit it. I was a chicken. I thought it was going to be like over in a minute. Nope. Boing, 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 boing. It looked like one of them Cupid dolls. With a rubber band up the top of its head. So no, that's not fun worth a damn. So, and like I said, the other people that I've seen and known over the years, the guy that tried to blow his brains down, and he pointed up in his head, and a big hole in the side of his head that never grew back, and it was just covered with a piece of plastic. So, um, but he survived. But then he was in a wheelchair and could barely talk, and he was very limited. So he did not succeed in his endeavor. So I did not succeed in my endeavor. But the marks, I had read, you know, uh, not scorch marks, but marks around my neck for a while. And of course, I messed up my neck from doing it. Um, but from that, there was no side of my brain missing. There was no drowning underwater and going to have a some kind of um, brain issues from that. So my survival was okay, but other folks not so good, right? But then there are people who survived, like my friend just had marks on her arms. And then I know another friend of hers who used to be a slasher. And we talked about it several years ago. And she had gotten raped while she was in the Marines, and she finally just about 6 months ago, after many, 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 many years of litigation, she finally had her case. She won her case, and got some bucks from the government, but she was one of those people that she was so depressed and nobody was listening, and she didn't. So she was a slasher. She cut herself because she thought she had done wrong. How come these men chose her to rape, and just the whole how come. She's not that pretty, just saying. But here she was minding her own business in the Marines, and she was raped. So she wants to die. She wanted to die. She tried cutting herself. She tried overdoses, and they caught her before, had to pump her stomach, and um, but because she was raped by men in the Marines. So we never know what the person's feeling or what has transgressed them to put them in a mode of, I don't want to be here anymore. I want to die. Now, having known my brother all his life, I know the things that led him up to being depressed. And he was always good natured and laughed all the time and everything. And I was the depressed one. And somewhere along the line, we traded. He became the possessed one. Well, in a way, he was possessed with the idea of dying. So, and then there was me, who I bought my property And I'm living on the river and I'm doing these things and had a decent job. And he was skipping around and ended up moving his trailer up here, and we were living sort of together on the farm here. And then finally he just couldn't take it anymore because his boys didn't love him, and he moved down to Ocala to be near them, and that failed. And during that time, his physical health just started to deteriorate because he didn't care. He was borderline diabetic. Now he's full blown high diabetic. That's why he's in a diabetic coma at the moment. And so it's like downhill, 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 suicide by not taking your medicine. So my sister and I have done our best to take care of him, but when the person just doesn't want any help, all you can do is monitor them and kind of guide them along. And like for me, giving positive, reinforcement anytime I can. Danny, you look good today, even though it's sloppy or whatever. Your hat looks nice. Your whatever. Gee, your pants are clean. You haven't pissed in them yet. I mean, something. Give them a positive reinforcement of something. And he'd sort of take it, but So anyway, we don't know what people are going through or what state of mind they are. So many of them are silent because they're sort of like wallflowers. They don't want anybody to know what they're thinking. They might be at a dance and they're watching everybody else dance and they go, I wonder what it would be like for somebody to come up and ask me to dance. You know, I don't have a boyfriend or a girlfriend. And I used to have one, or I've never had one, and I wonder what it would be like to have a boyfriend or a girlfriend, or I wonder what it'd be like to, dance cheek to cheek. I wonder what it would be like to, and then, and oh, it'll never happen to me. Oh, I'm just going to be a wallflower. Oh, I'm too chicken to and ask somebody myself, and oh, I don't want to be, you know, um, rejected, and I don't know, and then the party's over and you're going home and you're by yourself, and why did I even go to the party? And then your mind is going on, and other people are like, well, gee, I saw you at the party, did you have a good time? And you go, oh yeah, it was okay. And you lied, right? Because you didn't really have a good time. Nobody asked you to dance. You were too chicken to ask somebody else. You were this, and you sat over in the corner and you didn't really participate. And so did you have a really good time? No. But everybody, well, I saw you there. So if you came to the party, you must have been in fairly good mode or you would have stayed home, right? So the people just fluff it off. Mary Ann must have been okay. Yeah, she was sitting over in the corner, but Mary Ann was there, and I saw somebody talk to her during the night. And well, did you see her dance? Well, no. She's kind of a shy person, but she was there at least. So in poor Mary Ann's head, it's going click, click, because one scenario is like inside a clock with all the notches. Click, it's one more notch. It goes back, grabs the next cog above it. Click, gets the other one. Click, click. That's the mechanical, right? So here's Mary Ann. She's listening, but she really ain't paying attention. She's really not. That's really all good and everything. And yeah, I was there, and she goes along. But she's thinking about how lousy it was and how she wished all these other things while she was at the dance. Well, just because she's not at the dance doesn't mean that she quit thinking about those things. While she's talking with her friends and whoever, She's still wishing somebody had asked her to dance. She's still wishing somebody had was so nice to bring her a flower or a bouquet. You know what I mean? So the next week, there's another dance. And all the usuals are there and they're looking around and there's like somebody says, "Have you seen Marianne?" No. Well, she was at party last week, right? Yeah. Well, she got a little spot over there. Has anybody seen her? No. Well, I wonder where she's at. Well, I'll ask around. So, John, yeah, John, blame it on you. John's a new subscriber, John Price. Thank you, John. Um, so, he goes around and asking folks, and, have you seen Marianne? No. What about you? No. Well, come to think of it, I haven't seen her a couple days. I didn't see her at school yesterday. And, so there's whispers go around in the crowd, there's about 150 people there. And so going around and, and asking and go outside and smoke a cigarette and ask folks out there. No, nobody's. And then somebody says, "Well, I heard she was in the hospital." Say, what? Yeah, something about she slit her wrist and almost died. And they took her to the hospital. What? And so this happened with a friend of ours while I was in school. Because one day she was okay. And a week later, she was sitting in a bathtub and had slit her wrist. Now, thank goodness she did a lousy job. But the stigma of that, I think she's still alive, still lives with her today, in that, she will wear long sleeve shirts in the summertime. She doesn't want anybody to see the slash marks on her arm. And I said, "Honey, you should wear a wife beater with no sleeves, You should show those slashes off to people. And if they say, 'What's that?' and you say, 'I survived suicide.'" Now, when people ask me, "Hey, what are those slashes in your arm?" You go, "I survived suicide." So there are a bunch of silent people out there. What time is it? 1:18. We're almost to the 20, and I'm loaded for bear. And it's been almost an hour. So, but this idea that, we have to worry. Now, don't get me wrong. All right. Their focus is on the bully part of this, which is good. But it's not always the bully. This is my point. It's not always the bully that actually gets you to the point of slitting your wrist or taking pills or jumping off a building or trying to hang yourself like I tried, you know. But there are people who succeed in these things. And so it's like, oh man, there are people with a gun that don't miss. There are people with a shotgun under the chin. That never misses. Um, and the man that lived behind us, um, he was all by himself and had a bunch of issues, and we all used to tease him, but we didn't know what was wrong, and he always was hollering at us kids, and we always, our back fence was his back fence kind of thing, and you know, um, and we come home one night from my parents playing cards, and there's this huge fire, and it's like it looked like our house was on fire, but it was right behind our house, you know, and this thing was blazing up. And the fire department was there, and all of us neighbors and everybody standing out in the little field there, and we're all watching. And the old man sitting on a bench, He would go out and sit on this bench in his backyard right on the fence line. And he was sitting there on his bench. And the police had come up to talk to him, and the fire department had come up to talk to him. And he was just sitting there on the bench, and us kids was talking, and we were standing like 10 feet away from the old man. And the next thing we know, we heard a bang, and we thought that something in the house had went off, and the old man slumped over. Well, one of the firemen turned and looked, and he had had a, a, a 410 shotgun and had stuck it under his chin and had it rigged so that he could pull the trigger. And he committed suicide with 50 people around him. But it was dark over there by the fence because of the fire. All of the attention was on the fire. We were watching the sparks, so it didn't land on somebody's house. And the next thing we know, this guy has just committed suicide 10 feet from me and, us kids. You never know. We found out some stuff after the fact. Cheers, everybody. Smoke if you got 'em. And us kids thought about it, and it was like, the parents knew some things. Well, he was hurt in the army or something. And well, he did something, something, something. And oh, yeah, one neighbor had heard something, something, something. And so for us, we were like, well, he always hollered at us kids. And, but, after hearing the stories that you folks are telling, I wish you would have told these stories. We would have went over and knocked on this old man's door and begged him to come outside and tell us some stories. Or we'd have went over there and mowed his yard. We would have helped the old man. We would not have allowed him to shoot himself, period. And we were just, I don't know, 11 years old, 10 years old. I was. And we were, I say we are, was down the road. But so us kids in the neighborhood felt bad because it's like, we kind of sort of antagonized the old man. And then one of the ladies that used to help him out, apparently, she was there and she was like, oh no. She said she loved it when you kids would taunt him. It gave him something to do. He was participating. And it's like, well, fudge, we would have went over and really participated with the old guy. But anyway, you never know who it is. You never know where it is. And like this old man, he killed himself right in front of God and everybody, right there, while he's watching his house burn down. So it's like, I've had my share of incidents with people in suicide. Okay. I used to work as a volunteer at the Suicide Crisis Center in Tampa. Used to man a phone line. Used to do late time radio and call in lines. And if you're depressed and feeling bad, give me a call. If you're thinking about doing that nasty thing to yourself, call up, give me a call, and let's talk about it. Life's got many things going for it, and you just need to look and wait for the next good opportunity to come your way. So don't give up now. If you give up now, then you'll never know what the next good thing would be for you. So, call up, tune in, and, next caller. So I'm going to wear my freedom shirt proudly. It doesn't say anything about suicide. It doesn't say anything about bullying. Freedom. That's good. Freedom. So in this space and time, there are folks who are complaining that there's too much going on and things are going too fast and all this other stuff. Listen, There are those of us who've been watching things silently in the background. And some of these things that are going on now have been discussed for the last 4 or 5 years. So, for us who have been watching politics in the background, the things that are happening are exactly the things that were discussed. There's nothing new for those of us who've been listening. So, many of these things, many of us have had the opportunity to cogitate on these topics, right? So it's like before everybody goes nuts, it's like here's an incident to kind of give you, if you've got shivers up and down your spine, chill out. And it's this: how can Trump or anyone fire the FBI agents without probable cause? Well, the probable cause, and there is evidence, is they tampered with evidence to stop and to interfere with election on a national scale. And they interfered and manufactured false statements. That's grounds for being fired, especially if you're working for the FBI. So the idea that no, we have, well, where's your proof? Have you been watching the news the last 6 years? Those people right there are guilty. Well, they were part of the J6. If they hunted down people to be thrown in jail, like the old woman who was, and this person, that, no, they need administrative leave to find out if they beat up anybody, if they what were they doing and how. No, because they should have told somebody, hey man, this ain't right. These people, there was no insurrection, there were no guns, there were no knives. There was a little bit of fisticuffs, but that wasn't an insurrection. The whole fucking thing was a lie. It was made up. Oh, the January 6th. Back in the days of Andrew Jackson, when he won the presidency, all the hillbillies went to Washington and partied like for days. And they tore up the place, being rednecks and drunken, sots, and because they were mountain people and and all this, and Indian fighters, and all of the prim and proper of the groups were like, man, what the, oh goodness gracious, they're uncouth. Anyway, so in this time, the thing that must be done, and I don't know Trump's game plan, but I know this part of the game plan because you can look at it and see. Um, he's putting on everybody administrative leave, and they go, "Wait a minute, that's against the law." Okay, well here's the thing: during the time that he has let them go, and by the time they go to the courts to get some kind of injunction or something like that, that gives the new folks time to go in there and without having to sneak around and look at the files, because if he doesn't put them on administrative leave, they can tamper with evidence before they do leave. So you got to go in there. I mean, there are people in big businesses, when they let go of this one manager, that two people came in and said, we're going to walk you out. And so he opened up his desk drawer and started to take some things out. And they said, no, sir. And he said, well, I got my briefcase over here. And they took it from him and opened it up and checked to see if there were any papers. He was like, well, listen, I want, this is mine and this is mine. Can I take my plant? And they walked him out of the office. And that was that. They would not let him touch anything in or on his desk without them looking and seeing what it was. And so, well, wait a minute. So they are treating this the same way. Okay. You're fired. Well, so no, 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 you're fired. Get out of the building right now. And that means leave your desk, leave your workstation. Don't touch that mouse button. Don't touch that keyboard. You can't erase anything because I'm fixing to fire your dumbass. So then people need to go. And people are going, oh, you can't do that. He needs to do it. That's what corporations do with people in high positions. You don't want them going in one of these files and hit delete, and 4 years of spreadsheets are gone, and you go, some bitch. And we've had stuff like that happen. But it was more of a power outage that took it down. But the thing is the same. It took us another month to get it back up because we had just brought it up to date. And now all our material, all our data was gone. But anyway, so that point. So they had to fire them people, not just in the FBI, but everywhere. The folks who they knew were in collusion, who had their little fingers in it. Hey, Amber, what you doing? Blessings to you, darling. So when people are freaking out about stuff, you have to calm them down and go, listen, calm down. They do this uh, in the private sector. They fire people so they don't mess with files and things saved on hard drives and stuff. No, they should fire these people and freeze them out and change their PIN numbers and stuff. No, we don't want these people. If afterwards, in a couple of months, when they go through the files and everything, and they find out that John really hasn't done anything wrong, that he was in the office with the other crazy people, but John only was part of about this much a part of it, and he wasn't aware of half of that part. So we don't think he's a willing participant in this. He didn't volunteer so much. But now the other people in his office, oh yeah, they got proof, right? So, but they want to drag John into this mess with them. Nah, 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 right? So, but that's what's going on now. There are folks who are really guilty, and they surround themselves with people who are only a little guilty. So they're trying to even out, but at the same time, what it's doing is so here I am standing back here in the corner, go, well, he was there, and she was there, and so was him. So now they got to look at all these people in front of you, and so you're standing back there. So they got to waste time on all these other people to find out their stories to finally get to you in the back there. You see? So that's what's going on. But you got to shake up the system. You got to shake up the system. And you shake it up by saying you're fired. Period. How do you rattle the cage? You're fired. Now, in the back of your head, you might be thinking, that guy I might rehire, because you can always rehire him. But for the moment, they got to go. And there is a purpose, and it's a smart purpose. You don't want them deleting files. You don't want them doing these other things that are, horrendous and bad and all that kind of stuff. So, anyway, but people are freaking out so badly, but they don't understand what's going on. Well, he fired him. He laid him off. He changed their stuff. That's because they're trying to preserve the evidence. Rage in a cage. How you doing, John? And Johan, Chris, Jinx. How you doing, Miss Susie? I wouldn't look at the chat because I was trying to get my thoughts out of my head. But I'm pretty much wrapping this up, so now we can just chit chat. But anyway, so the people who are freaking out some of this stuff, it's just like, you know, hang on. There is absolutely common sense, absolutely a common sense approach as to why he's laying people off and firing them so they don't muck with the information that they were charged to take care of. You don't want them planting little bombs in the computers that when they turned it on, it wipes out all the information. No, 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 no. They don't want to put in a little, one of those little USB port things, and with a thing that wipes out the CEO's computer. No, you want to preserve all that evidence, and the only way to do so is to walk people out of the building so they can't touch it. It's the smart thing to do. It's what they do in private sector. It's what they do with corporations. And thank God they don't throw some of these people out off the 10th floor. They've done that too. But so with many of the things that are going on, there's so many people freaking out, and it's our time. Because I've mentioned this for you old timers that have been with me. I said, when it's going to come a time when it's going to be our job to help these people to mellow out. So this is one of the subjects that they need to mellow out on because it's a real simple reason. We don't want them to delete stuff. They've taken them out of these high positions so they can go through it and see what's wrong. And then if they haven't done anything wrong, they can bring them back if they want to. But some of these people have been in the business for 30 years. They need to retire. No, I haven't, Chloe. Actually, thank you. They need to retire. They need to get out of there. They're really old guard with some cranky ideas. And oh, yeah, they know everybody in the world. And oh, yeah, you can ask them anything and they can just spout it off. But no, we don't need them folks anymore. We really don't. It's a newer type of thing. And not only that, but sometimes that really old frame of mind is just really old. And I'm an old person. And sometimes I catch myself going, wait a minute, why are you telling me? And see, because, well, Dave, you're just, you don't like change. And it's like, I can get along with change. Then I stopped and thought about it. I was like, I get along with, yeah, but you don't like the way that was done. You didn't like that. Oh, some bitch. Maybe I don't like change as much as I was thinking. So, but my idea, though, with change is as long as the change makes sense. I've seen some changes. It is like, they put these little roundabouts around in Moultrie. It works really good. Okay. But they could have made them a little bigger for the trucks that have to go around them. They could have rounded the curbs off just a little bit. So, oh, the change is great. Yes. But who was the dumbass that designed it? All these trucks and people hitting the corners. Now these things are built for the rest of eternity, and so ain't nobody gonna fix them because they're brand new. We can't go out there and tear them up. Well, so who made these curbs too short? How come they're how come you every time you make that turn you hit the curb over there? Well, we just don't know. His dumbass that designed it. Because I was in class with people who designed those kinds of things, and as one of my assignments, we were given a common thing like around it was a cul-de-sac, and how big did the cul-de-sac have to be to turn a vehicle, and how much did it because it was all about how many acres was in this plot of land, how many houses could you get in there? What would it look like with a cul-de-sac? What would it look like? So they gave us these parameters as a test to see how many projects and how big the houses were and what the yardage was and all that. So we had to do all of this for this piece of dirt that they gave to us. And as a class, n- two or three of us would have the same plot of land, but then coach would give two or three people another piece of land. So we couldn't look over each other's shoulders to see, well, how did you do that? No, because this is a different piece of land. It's different acreage. So, but anyway, we learned from that. But so if these people are supposed to be high government officials that have passed all these tests, as far as being able to make drawings and plan these things, they're a bunch of dumbasses. Just because they're in government don't mean they're smart. Can we say DEI hire whoever designed these things? Because I think they were like dee when they designed them. What is one more foot in diameter? Well, it would be 2 feet in diameter, one side, 1 foot extra on either side, and curve the curves rather than bring them almost to the point and then make a 90-degree turn. Simple to do, would look even better than the sharp corners, would allow trucks and larger vehicles that going to have to make the turn now because you didn't give them an option, that they could make the turns without hitting the curb every time. Anyway, so but that's just an example of government bureaucracy. Whoever approved of that obviously had never drone around one, and who never saw that an F-250 would duly can't make it around there without hitting the curb. And we have South Georgia's eat up with a bunch of F-250s, dualies, and because we got farm equipment. Anyway, I'll get off of that. But so many things, and they think they know what they're doing. But when things start to get into practice or they actually build them, and then people look at them and go, who okayed this project? Seriously, who okayed this problem? Take care, Miss Amber. Love you and cosmic hugs. Yep, change is good. Yep, my internet keeps going out. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. Well, we love you. You can hang out if you want. So, but anyway, what is all of this about then? So, in having thought about this afternoon, after buying my T-shirt and so forth, I'm like, well, stand up for the quiet, for the silence. Stand up. Well, I've been sort of doing that, right? But here's the thing: I've been silent while I'm standing up. So I told this lady this afternoon. I said, there are those of us who are silent, who've been through, a suicide attempt, and that, many of us feel a particular way. We all, feel guilty and we feel silly and stupid and stuff like that because we couldn't do it right. And then later on, we figure out, thank God we didn't do it. Thank God we didn't, make it with our, and so we find blessings on the other end, but it takes a while, right? So, but with these other folks, many of us are quiet about it. We don't get invited to classes and with teenagers and depressed groups and so forth, mental health, because I've tried, okay? And they don't want you to say anything. What makes you, Mr. No, what makes you qualified to talk about suicide? I survived one hanging, 2 attempts with by vehicle suicide, electrocution at least once. Um, Put myself in a really bad situation that I didn't think I could get out of. Um, which somehow whether no water or food or something, something would have got me, the conditions. So, what about that? I've been in the hospital. I have been on medications for 30 years for depression, for bipolarism, and because I was had suicidal tendencies. That's what makes me qualified. Well, did you go to school? Do you have a degree? Yeah, look at my neck. I got a ring around it still from trying to hang myself. You dumb bitch. I'm thinking of a particular person that I tried to volunteer my time for. But she was so snooty and so smug that it's like, wait a minute. So there are people, and they're talking about suicide in South Georgia, with the fentanyl and the this. And I didn't know that heroin had made it down to South Georgia in large quantities. And, people are shooting up uh, and OD and stuff. It like New York City kind of thing. It was like, what? So here are these people who are doing these really hard drugs when back in the day it was just mostly weed and a little bit of this and that. But now the big time has come to these small Georgia towns, and they're shooting up heroin and smack and all these other things, right? Heroin is smack. But anyway, some of the stuff that they get is not very clean, and some of the acid they get is not very clean. And back when I was working for the Suicide Crisis Center, and the WUSF, the radio station there at USF College, there were people who, like over the weekend, took some acid, and they woke up 2 days later going, "No, don't do this again." And there were other people that did some acid over the weekend and went, "Whoo, this stuff is really good." So these folks would call in anonymously to the radio station and warn people when there was some bad drugs out on the street. And so, as a public service announcement, WUSF would, it was like once an hour, they would give a public service announcement of what, if you've got blue microdot, you should be very careful. But the green barrels is delightful, says, Paul from psychology, and giggle, 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 Um, and so but at the Suicide Crisis Center, when we went out to confront someone who was trying to do themselves in, the first thing was like, "So what did you take?" Well, I don't want to talk. But no, come on now. What did you take? Well, why do you want to know? Well, because I want to make sure that I don't do it. I don't want to, did you mix a couple of drugs together? Well, yeah. Well, I've taken drugs before, and, did you take one pill or two? Well, what do you, well, because I don't want to take too many. So you take it off, it's like, wait a minute. So you're not talking about suicide. You start talking about the drugs. You start talking about this. Well, I made you take. Well, what you don't say, well, oh my God, you've been depressed. You don't even go there, right? You just go so far left, but it's still on topic, right? And I'm thinking of a guy that we went to talk down, and he was like being violent and stuff. And he was like, well, what the hell do you want to know about how many I took? And my buddy was like, and he went, because I don't want to mess up and do like you did. And the guy was like, oh, okay, don't take more than three. It was his answer. He said, I think I took 5. So we knew what he took. We now knew his dosage. We knew that if we could ever get him to calm down, that we just might have to sit with this guy for a little while till his, level comes down because he took 5 of these pills, right? So, but if we can get him off the porch and over by the ambulance, they're going to shoot him up with something that's going to bring that level down, and he's going to be calm and he'll wake up in the morning and be fine. So, many times you do that. But so, how you approach somebody, right? Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. And so, what makes you qualified? Well, the fact that I tried, several times commit suicide. I've had friends of mine, that I've helped keep from doing the nasty. And so, what makes you qualified asking me all these questions? Come to find out, some of these people don't know shit, you know, and they're the ones that are controlling the teachers. They're controlling the information, like people like me who've had, unfortunately, too much experience with, suicide. But unless you have been a high profile person in society, oh, well, John Jones over there. John Jones over there, the assistant mayor of, Bullock County. Um, he tried to commit suicide one time, and everybody goes, "Oh, really? He was assistant mayor?" But and then we got Joe Blow over here, who's a steel worker, and he works up top in the rafters and everything on steel buildings. And sometimes he's 200 foot in the air with nothing underneath him. So, well, that lieutenant mayor, that assistant mayor, that assistant mayor. What about the steel worker? Oh, yeah, okay. Well, so they listen to the assistant mayor, whose story might be crap, and then there's the steel worker who works 200 feet in the air, right? And they don't want to introduce him. They don't want to give that person any airtime or any FaceTime or anything. When the steel worker might have the better story. But because the people who organize these things rub elbows, so somebody knew the lieutenant general thingy and somebody rubbed elbows and they're schmoozing, but ain't nobody give a fudge about the steel worker. Ain't nobody talking to him. There's no little group around him with teacups and stuff and bringing him crumpets and whatever the hell a crumpet is. Um, while the steel workers just standing over there and looking around and being observant, right? But the steel workers got the better stories than the governor over there. He's kind of stretched a story when he was a teenager and stretched a story of when he was living in the dorms. But because he is a high profile person, everybody's flocking over there to him, right? That's how it is. It is. That's how it works. So, but the low guy on the totem pole has got all the answers. Go out in the parking lot and talk to this guy, you know? And I say that because I've been to several government meetings back in the day when finally I just gave up. But I was at every, county commissioners meeting, for many months in a row there. Um, and you'd go and you'd listen and they'd go, okay, meeting's adjourned. You go, wait a minute. What the hell did y'all just do? Well, we brought up this, but because we talked about it in a an executive center, all we have to do is tell you that we voted on it. We don't have to tell you what we voted on. All we have to do is say that we did and it passed or it failed. And there are people in the audience going, wait a minute. You had an executive council, which means nobody's invited, and you solved all these problems while you were in there, right? Yeah. But you had no input from the county. You had no input from anybody. Good night, Dohan. Be safe, my friend, and stay healthy. So it's like, no, they say, so all of us in the audience were like, we come to hear the results. We came to debate the issue. And you 9 people have already voted on this on Wednesday when you had a luncheon that we didn't know about because you called an executive session 2 days before the general meeting, which we were supposed to discuss this with the whole county. And you called an executive session, voted on it, passed it, and now you're telling us, we just wanted you to know. Oh, that has happened here so many times. And oh, one of these days I might just run for county commissioner. Who knows? But so that's how the government works, unfortunately. So we have to be there. We got to be knocking on the door. We have to be swinging that door back and forth with a squeaky, squeak, 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 because the squeaky gets oiled. So, in this new future of ours, which is absolutely changing, people are able to speak out now without having fear of, we can still get criticized, but it ain't the same. So, we need to take this opportunity to calm down some of these other people. Oh, what about this over here? Well, Trump's trying to yank our chain with Greenland. Although, several times the United States tried to buy Greenland. Just go along with it. Okay. It's more how to shake the cage and rattle people up. Whether we can actually buy it or get them to do that's, yeah, we can ask the question and maybe it could happen, but he did it more as a show. They get them all going, what? Yeah, we're going to go to Panama. I heard him tonight listening. And I was like, yeah, we're going to go down to Panama and we're we're he was stumbling. We're going to take it back, and you could see his eyes going like, we're going to have to call in MiGs, we're going to have to call in, tanks, or we're going to have to call in the Navy. Uh, I could see, as it, and it's recorded, so you could watch his remarks too. But he's like, nope, we're going to go take. We're gonna, we're gonna take back the Panama Canal. And everybody was like, how you gonna do it? And he was like, well, we'll just have to wait and see. You know, maybe they buy it back for $1, or they could do this, or and that they've broken, part of the treaty that was set up for being bought for $1. They have broken. They haven't fulfilled their end of the bargain with the treaty, and so they can go in there. Yeah, good night. God love you. Blessings to you. So, but anyway, with all these changes and with all these things that are going around and people wanting to charge free thinkers for being stupid, and it's like, wait a minute. But it's the idea that that folks are being fired, but there's a very legit reason for it. It's a really good, legit reason. You don't go in and fire somebody and go, look, go to lunch. When you come back, you can just go through your stuff and, nah. Come on, get up out of your chair. Let's go right now. And that's so you don't mess with nothing. So, we need to support this guy. But these crazy folks who think that it's something bad that he's doing. No, what he's doing is preserving information. He's preserving information for you and me and for the other folks who are doing the investigation to look at all the information before it was tampered with and go, oh, look, see what they was doing? Got it right here on this piece of paper. I found it in a file, And did you see this over here? Holy crap, look at this stuff. And so before they could delete anything like that, they had to let him go. So remember that. Tell your friends it's a smart move. It's a really smart move. And I'm an old hippie and I don't like the government doing stuff and I don't like the man and I don't, but from having worked in a corporation, having been an engineer and worked for several corporations, but having as an engineer worked there and seen where there were people who destroyed, notes and things on drawings. Why do I know this? Is because I did it for a company I was working for. I had grinding notes, and so there were guys that were saying, "Well, when I pull a print and get a copy for what I want to do, I want to know how to do what I need to do to get the finish on there or to get the angle right or whatever." So there were no instructions, right? And so as I was the main, precision grinder. I was getting tired of folks coming up to me, go, how do you do that again? So I went and took my time. Of course, I was working at the time, but I took my time and I printed on um, those drawings that needed it, how to do it, how to set it up. And so there was a little paragraph in the drawing where I found a space and I put notes onto how to do it. So, but when they were talking about getting rid of me, I had a week to leave, right? I worked second shift. So in the evening, those drawings that I put the notes on, I pulled those drawings back out and I erased, because it was in pencil, I erased all of the notes that I'd put on the drawings because I'd been told, well, those are useless. They don't belong on the drawings. But they were for us, the grinders, the other machinists in here, because we were working together as a team. And now you're telling, so the team was against me. The team wanted me gone. The team thought the notes were stupid. So I erased them. And 2 weeks later, I got a visit from a friend of mine because I didn't have a phone. And he goes, man, they're holding those prints up to the light like this, you know, trying to read your notes. And I'm like, why? And they said, because they thought they knew how to do the grinding. And then they realized they should have paid more attention to what you were doing. You tried to teach them, Dave, and they wouldn't listen. You tried to show them how to do this stuff, they wouldn't listen. Now you're gone, they're all bitching. Folks are working overtime. They can't grind this stuff, and you used to be able to just throw it up on the grinder, you'd be done in 30 minutes. I'm like, well, they could hire me back, but they said they would never. So that's that. But anyway, but I did it. I took the notes off, right? Now, I did not erase anything critical. Okay. Just let's be clear with that one. But I erased what I put on the drawings because I was told it was frivolous. So, but I was given a week, so I do understand that, if they didn't want me to work there, if they were afraid I was going to sabotage something, which I sort of did, but not really, but I did. They would have walked me out of that place right then. So, yeah, I did a little bit, but somebody saw me what I was doing and they go, "You're erasing the drunk." And I said, "No, I'm erasing my notes. I wouldn't. I'm I'm an engineer. I'm a damn good machinist and a grinder. And to the rest of the people here in the shop, I would never take away critical dimensions. I'm not that kind of asshole. I'm just taking my notes off because nobody seems to want them. And one of the engineers said it wasn't really appropriate. So they're gone. As I go, so does the notes. Well, but anyway, so there are a lot of other ways you can sabotage stuff. And if somebody's given 20 minutes with a computer, they can send a virus through this, an internal system that can just muck up a bunch of stuff. So yeah, you got to walk them out. You got to tell them they're fired, whether you give them administrative leave or not. And so if you fire them, then they got to go to HR, then they got to get a court case, then they got to find a judge. And in that time, they can be checking the files. They can go into the office. They can go into Joan's office and look under the desk and, oh my God, there's a pistol up under here. We didn't even let her get her pistol out of the drawer. Um, FBI. And so she's got extra documents, taped to the underside of her desk. What are these files in her computer about? Let's click on them and see. Oh my God, that's a guy in drag. Oh, that's her. Holy crap. Transgender, but so um, they need to administrative leave these folks. Not out of spite, not out of, any kind of treachery or whatever. They can be treacherous and mean when they find out what they've done. Send them to Gitmo. Let that little punk in there with a couple of them Argentinians. Let him find out what anal sex is all about. So well, you wouldn't do that, would you? Go ahead, put him in there. You know. So yeah, and that's the other thing too. Gitmo. People are really surprised to hear that Gitmo's been operating, but it's been up and running, and that they have been working on it, and that there are people down there. And our new chief of Department of Defense, Mr. Pete Hegseth, said he was stationed at Gitmo for a year. So he knows all about Gitmo. So here are people who've actually served at these places that can testify as to what it looks like, how many rows of column, how many where the mess hall is. I mean, so they complained that he wasn't going to be adequate for the DOD. Well, here's a guy that served at Gitmo for a year as an officer. Would Sir Gaming, what? Are you asking me or somebody in the chat? I'm an old bugger. I'm 72 and proud of it. So how old are you? But so anyway, um, I think that there are a lot of people who knows what it means they've worked for companies and corporations and stuff as to why they had to walk these people out or not allow them to come back into their office, you know, because it's a smart deal and it's not about being mean. Okay. So, but folks who've never worked in those kind of conditions, they just think it's mean and the Republicans are bad and Trump's an evil dictator. And no, any CEO will do this in a company because I've worked for a company that did it to me. Okay, pay attention. So, yeah, I've worked in many places and I've had, many different bosses and, we got laid off over here and, 20 of us, came in one morning and our jobs were gone. And I mean, listen here, um, it's 11 after. I got mine sitting right here. I've been yakking. So, but anyway, there's all this information. Thank goodness that Hackseth has had the experience that he does. So anybody that goes, oh, we're gonna these send these prisoners to Gitmo, and he can go, listen, I worked there. Well, what about I worked there, but Gitmo, I worked there. So all the press and all the other people, he raises his hand and goes, I worked there. Juan. That's the guy who wants to go to Peru. I'm a mechanic. I have issues with engineers. Me too. And John, the reason I started to become an engineer because I started out as a machinist first, and they would give me drawings to make this stuff, and they wouldn't give center lines. They wouldn't specify, you know, well, drill and tap a hole. Okay, how big? Well, because it's a quarter 20. Yeah, but you didn't tell me what kind. So it says drill and tap this hole. And you gave one center line from the edge over there, but you didn't give another center. How far back is it? Well, I've done it up. Well, you should be able to figure that out from blah, blah, blah. No, you dumbass. You're the engineer. You're the one that's supposed to have the dimensions. You're supposed to have three views, a top view, a front view, a side view, or two side views if necessary, and a bottom view if you need. So what is this crap here that you can't put a note next to a hole that means you want to drill and tap that hole and what size and what you want to drill it through, you want to tap through all the way to the or does it bottom out or what's going on? And the engineer goes, well, you figure it out to the machinist. And I got a good friend of mine who worked at the Mag Lab as a machinist in Tallahassee. The big fancy Mag Lab, he worked down there. And he'd say the engineers would give him this drawing of they wanted him to build this thing for some kind of experiment or like a fixture to hold something, and he tell me, he said, Dave, because we worked together at the same place, right, as machinists. He'd say, Dave, remember that time, the engineer, blah, blah, blah. And he gave us these things and we started building. We come to find out the part that you were working on and the part that I was working on was supposed to fit onto the part that he was working on. And we were both having questions. So the engineer gave him, Tommy, answers but they didn't match mine. So because I'd ask him and go, well, measure it from here, Dave, and this is from here. But then he told Tom, measure it from over here and from back over here. So we made our parts. They were right up to, specification to the print. But when you went to put the two pieces together, they were like an inch off with the holes. I mean, it was, and this was hardened steel. You couldn't go back. We had to absolutely start over. And it took a week. But anyway, so I agree with you. That's why I was such a good engineer. They fired four other engineers and kept me because I did better than the other guys. And I was very proud of that. But you have to be, to me, you have to be a machinist first. And I don't know if you've heard me tell the story, but while I was working at Prestolite, there was a co-op from Georgia Tech there, and he graduated with honors from Georgia Tech, Admiral Lex of Georgia Tech, as an engineer, right, with honors. And he got a really good prestigious job with like General Electric or something, making buku bunches of bucks, like over $100,000 a year starting pay with pennies, because he was a prize student from Georgia Tech. 2 weeks after he gets the job, and he calls me up on the phone. He goes, Dave, yeah, buddy, how you doing, man? How's your new job? He goes, well, I got a problem. He said, I know I should have listened to you better than I did. And he said, but I got a problem. I was like, well, Alex, I'm not supposed to. Oh, anyway, I was like, Alex, what's your problem? Well, we got a thing and a something, something, something. And he said, I don't know how to notate how to drill and tap a hole. I don't know what designation to use. And so I backed him up. I was like, holy Jesus. One of the things that I begged him to do was to go back in the machine shop with him before he graduated. And I was going to teach him how to drill and tap some holes, the different types of, there's a machine that will help, that you can help tap a hole if you're doing a bunch of them. And so I gave him instructions over the phone, and I faxed him one of the old drawings that he and I had worked on together. So he knew what I was talking about. He had worked with the parts after they were done, so he was familiar with it. So I shipped him a drawing so he could see how I notated the stuff. I gave him instructions on how to go find a machinist handbook. What time is it? 2 minutes. And how to understand it. And well, a machinist handbook's $100, buddy. You better spend that $100, and you better take it home and read it because you never took machine shop. You better get you know um, a machinist handbook and read it. It's got everything you need in it to be an engineer and to be a good mechanic, machinist too, and a mechanic. So, but anyway, about 2 days later, called me back and he goes, I got this and I got this. He said, will you check over my work kind of thing? So he sends me an email with a drawing attached, right? And I pull it open and look at it, and then I mark it up like any good, you know, a teacher or a person who, checks drawings and things. And I emailed him back. It took me 5 minutes. I was like, oops, that's wrong. See where you did this? Call me back. So he called me back in 10 minutes, looking at the drawing so I can compare it, explain to him, He goes, oh, I think I get it. He goes, well, I got this machinist handbook. And I was like, so I pulled mine down off the shelf. I said, go to page such and such. I said, see that? It talks all about, drills and taps and all that. I said, read it. And when you think you got it, read it over again. And then if you can, get some practice and go in a machine shop and ask one of the machinists, say, I just didn't get many hours at Georgia Tech. Could you show me how to do that right there? You can sneak your way in to learn things. So anyway, with all this information, making, over $100,000 a year, fresh graduate with honors from Georgia Tech, one of our finest engineering school, and he called an old hippie to find out how to drill a hole and tap it, which meant he didn't know how to do a bunch of other stuff. So, but anyway, yeah, so love the guy. He's great and he's smart, but he's book smart. He's numbers smart, you know. So I'm hoping that Alex is wherever you are. I hope you're learning because in the end, he would be a good engineer. You know what I mean? But he was sure 2 weeks into the job and he was shitting his pants. You know, he was just crapping himself. So, but anyway, cheers. Yum yum. Oh, I missed it by 2 minutes. I use biscuits for dumplings and canned peas and carrots. Quick and easy. Yeah, you must be making a stew. Yep. I learned on an old lathe and don't know shit about CAD. Yep. Well, see, I went back to school to learn CAD. And I was already a machinist, but I couldn't find a job as a machinist because down here in South Georgia, we used to have so many manufacturing jobs that you could get a job as a machinist at least and take your pick around 20 different companies, right? And some of them would change hands, so you could go back to the same company that you left 3 years ago because they're under new management, and then you go back to work for them, and you got experience, and you get paid a little better, but and you know how the product's made, and it gives you a little bit of an edge. But they have since moved those 20 plants out of here. We spiral step tool used to make tiny little drill bits and things that go in CNC machines. High speed drill bits, high speed mills, high speed stuff with really weird angles and cuts and stuff. That we were the only ones apparently who knew how to make this stuff because it had weird angles. And Tommy and I were talking about last time he was there. He goes, "You remember?" He said, "We had to set up those compound, angles to grind those cutters." And I was like, "Oh, I remember. I still have dreams about how we was setting some of that stuff up. But we got her done. We figured out how to get the angles on these cutters that some dumbass engineer had designed, and we were able to duplicate it and make more than one. And that led me to be able to, because I had that kind of experience, to work with broaches and compound angles and things. I'd already had that experience, see. So, you pick up things along the line. And then when I got to Prestolite, I knew about these angles and stuff because I'd been a machinist, and I can spot those kinds of things on the drawings that needed help at their industry. So I saved them several $1 million in tooling over the years, literally. And I made a decent living. They could have paid me more, but I had a job for 7 years. I learned a lot, met some great people. So it was not all in vain. But were they looking out for the best interest for me? No. Was I looking out for the best interest for them? Yes, because I wanted to save them money so that I could keep my job, which I did. So you got to be proficient or efficient in something so that you can keep your job and you can show the managers who really do know what you're talking about. So my 10 cents about that to the people who are in the in government, you better prove your worth, because you got to prove your worth in real life. You don't just walk into to General Electric like my friend Alex did without knowing a bunch of stuff. and he kind of sort of faked it to get in. He was a graduate. It was all true and everything, but he still didn't know his material. So, but he got into it, and 2 weeks later, he was up past his eyeballs in trouble. And he knew it. And he called his old buddy Dave. So, but here's the thing, learn your material before you end up in mud, you know. And these people, like, firing and laying people off, they know that there's mud out there. And before they put somebody in that vehicle with mud up to the bottom of the vehicle, spin the tires and dig in deeper, they say just get out of the truck. Just let it sit for a minute. Everybody sit over here on the side and smoke one. And let's see. Joe, you can drive pretty good. I want you to get in there. But wait a minute, it's my truck. Now shut up, Jim. You got yourself in that. I'm gonna let Joe get us out. Okay, now hush. Now, Jim, you and I and the other guy, Jim, because you're bigger and he's smaller, you see, you're gonna help us push this truck out of this hole. Blah 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 blah. Right. So, in this understanding, there's you gotta stop stuff, let the dust settle, and everybody go, okay, I need to know about this, and then where. Look, I want to know where these files are. Who knows where they are? You know. And what about what have you been working on? Well, I've been working on the well, that's not bad. Okay, I want to see your reports. I'll put them on my desk. Can you have them done in 30 minutes? You got them? Just print them out and bring me a copy. Okay. What about you? So it's like, wait a minute. He got rid of all the top people so they wouldn't interfere. Got rid of all the top people so they wouldn't interfere with their inspection, interfere with their investigation, just stuff in general. Don't want the boss making signs behind the investigator, to like, do this or chop something up, none of that. So it makes perfect sense. So for the folks that are just going crazy, if somebody's just going a little crazy and you can talk some sense into them, do so. Explain to them why this is important. It's not some dictator thing. No, it's everybody does it, in certain circles and whatever. And no, it's common practice all over the planet. And no, listen, this is for the benefit of us. No, hang on, chill out. It's not because I'm just being mean. It just looks that way. So then the idea of that, he said he wasn't going to go after anybody for revenge. But he didn't say anything about not going after somebody for justice. And there's a lot of people, myself included, who are demanding justice. We want to see the people who did these crimes, we want to see them go to jail. I went to jail for just a little bit of cocaine. Well, actually, it was MDA. I went to jail for, 3/4 of a bag of weed. I went to jail for, ruined my life, gave me felonies, kept me from being able to work certain jobs and things, ruined my life. And these guys have killed thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of people. They have destroyed how many lives and businesses and, you know, and what? And they don't get a slap on it. They they're actually being, they're still saying Fauci is a good guy. You know, but oh yeah, Fauci, he's a good guy. And we should listen to this and that. And so, hi, Richard, my friend, how are you? So we've got all this stuff that's going on, and so people who, them Dems, people who think that some of this stuff is just being mean, like, oh, Elon, him and Joe, we can't let him go. And there's a big argument today because um, he went to look in some files, and they said no. And it wasn't Trump that said no; it was the people in the offices who were like, "No, we're not going to let you look at this." And Elon's like, "I am an auditor. I'm here to audit you. You're a government agency, and technically, you should be as a person who has helped to write grants back in the day and received grants for the programs I was working in, right? The weatherization program and this child care thing back in the day. And it's like, so in there, it states that, any representative from the state agency can come in and monitor you and give, an inspection at any time without warning. They can just walk in your office and go, "Hi, I'm with the state and we're in the neighborhood and we kind of want to look at your files." Without knowledge, you can't hide anything. And they would do it once about every 3 months, somewhere in a quarter, in 3 months' time, you'd get a visit somewhere in there. Might be for 10 minutes, it might be for the whole day. So here's, Elon and Doge, and they found out, the condoms to Hamas, and they wanted to do a gay and lesbian theater production in Brazil or some shit. So, but to that point, they say, well, it was only $100,000. It was less than a quarter million, And then what about this over here? Well, it's to help, the gay people in Chile. It's a blah blah. There's $100,000 over here. Well, by the time you had this one, and this and this and it, you got $1 million. And is what you're donating the money to really necessary? Because several of the things you read off were all about queer and transgenderism. And we, quite frankly, don't want to promote it. If somebody is that, okay, but we ain't promoting it. Now stop it. And Trump has said so. But that's against the rules. Oh, the gay and lesbian people today. Oh my God, on the Democratic side. Oh, what could they talk about today in their meeting? Oh, that, back in the day, it used to be that we were, in our committees and stuff, we had two men when there was only two genders. There were two men and two women. And now, because of gender fluidity or something, in order for us to meet our requirements for gender equality, now we have to get this. We have to hire one man and one woman and one person. That's what he read off today. It's you can watch it. It's on there on YouTube. You can watch it. So their answer to this was they cannot acknowledge that there's only two sexes. This gender stuff is stupid, but they keep it up. So a man a woman, as a representative to be hired, right, for the Democratic, and then at least one transgender person or one person. Doesn't say what. They want to say, like, we've got to have one kind of queer person or something. They can't be male and they can't be female. They got to be something else. Gender fluid. They got to be a this. They got to be a he, her, whatever. But they can't be just another. So, in listening to this guy, I was like, and it says, or just one other person. It wasn't specific. So I'm listening and watching. I'm going, did he just say what I thought he said? And then I watched it over. Yep. What he said was, and any other person. So here's the thing. Does that mean a white male, heterosexual? It says, and any other person. It doesn't say about sex. It doesn't say about gender fluidity. Doesn't say anything. It just says another person. It could be a female. It could be a lesbian. It could be a bull dyke. It could be anything. But so this is the Democrats today in their committee, and then they went off and danced. And it's like, so these are the people that you want ruling the place. I'm all for singing and dancing, but in the appropriate time and place. What I saw today was not the time and place nor appropriate. And nor were some of these answers. And I'm so glad I don't affiliate with the Democratic Party anymore. They have slipped off the deep end. And it's old people, it's young people, and people in between. They've taken some kind of pill. I think they took a green pill because of all the Green New Deals and stuff, and that pill has made them crazy. And for those of us, we took the red pill, right? Instead of the blue pill. And what I'm hoping for this year is that we can start getting pink pills in their ass. Well, maybe not in their ass, but in them. Stupid ass. So that they might not, I don't think it could handle a full red pill. Okay. But I think if we gave them a pink pill, here, swallow this, Joe. What's that all about? Never mind, it's a tic tac. What? I just threw an alien spaceship in your mouth. Okay, just calm down. Oh, which brings me to New Jersey and the drone thing. Don't believe, unfortunately, what Trump said. That, well, actually, what he said was okay. The military knows about it and it's okay. The military knows about it, but the it's okay part might be a stretch. Okay. But they can't tell us more because it's the military and Trump just got in. And some of this, and I want pay attention to this, okay, for just a second. The UAPs and stuff that are flying over, there's different sizes, there's different whatevers, right? And he said, well, some of those are ours, and some of those are, are homegrown flying things. Now, many of the folks who have been around and watching this stuff, nobody knows who's flying it. Now, that could just be a big lie, but to the guys that said, we saw him go out in the ocean, okay. So here's my, adjusted theory on this. What was said was true. Military knows about it because they're alien drones or alien spaceships flying in amongst the military drones, and maybe a few private drones thrown in. Why? To camouflage the UFOs, the real ones, and to get people thinking about it. Oh, what are those? Well, I don't know. They've been flying over New Jersey now, and they've been flying around down here. What about those ones that were flying over there? And now, so that now everybody is hyper aware of drones in the sky, of UFOs in the sky, and the UFO drones in the sky. You know what I mean? Because there's this, and then there's this part of this, and this, but they're all kind of related. And yes, the government knows, and but are they hiding something? Probably. And why isn't Trump telling the truth? Because his people are not in the office yet. And the people who are giving the answers now are still from the previous administration, and they don't want to give out the information. They're fighting to release any information. The CIA knows about MLK and all this, and they're like, well, you know, the FBI gave you their stuff. We don't want to give you ours. And they're like, wait a minute. It says all information about the, you know, not just the FBI's rules. No, your rules, the NSA, and to these people. And, you know, if he rode a bus, we want to know what Greyhound thinks. You know, but so what about Christus, Mater, and Vlash? Richard? You're Pathfinder, right? Yeah. Yeah, they say that Trump is a Mater hybrid, and that Biden is Vlash. Yes, I remember that too. So, and what my fingers is like, you know, Dante is like, you know, just because he's got these good ideas and stuff, don't necessarily mean that, you know, but several of the things that Dante had read as the Vlash's playbook, because I don't know if you remember, but he was sitting in a restaurant or something and recorded a couple of them talking. And you know, they talked about the pandemic, and they talked about they were working on another virus, and they were talking about certain things. And it's like, you know, and that kind of sort of ended up what I can remember to be in Biden's playbook. That, you know, those types of things that were discussed by these alien folks pretty much came to pass. You know, that's what they were planning. That's the hybrid program never stopped. Right, right. Both cannot be trusted. But some of the, you know, Richard and I are not talking in secret, but to the point, we're talking about that these folks have been specifically um, made a particular way with certain energies installed, you know, and sort of like, you know, Hitler was, you know, somebody when he was a child, they put a mass, you know, they put a chip, figuratively speaking, or maybe they really did put a chip in, but you know, figuratively speaking, they put a chip in his brain that made him hate the Jews and all this stuff, and to make him go berserk like the way he did. Okay. So, but not everybody gets that chip. Not everybody gets the Kong chip. Not everybody gets a, you know, so, but then some people are genetically modified with, sprinkle some alien dust in the mix, and they are genetically related to certain, you know, um, lizard lines, we'll say, okay, because they're more lizard-like than they are humanoid. I meant, wait, scratch that last part. They are more lizard-like, even though they stand on two legs, but than they are being human. Well, Richard, I've been playing with Rumble, and I think there's nothing there on Rumble that has anything to do with this. But because Rumble is much more open, to put some of those videos out on Rumble, they would stay there. Um, and if they didn't, Dan Bongino and one of his buddies is like the manager of the thing. And so they talk all the time and about free speech and about this thing and and a lot of other people have jumped over there because I've had several of my videos deleted and they won't tell me why. Do you think they're going to, say they're sorry? I doubt it. But I want to see how it works over on Rumble. Now, I don't necessarily say so much medical stuff and blah, blah, I don't see where I'm controversial at all. I'm just trying to give you all a heads up with stuff, right? So, but now with Dante and some other stuff now, that is not going to work on YouTube. It how he got away with it over the years. He had special help, honestly. So, but to put it on Rumble, I don't know if there'd be any kind of interference. You know, it'd be interesting to see. So, but anyway, have you what? I had a video deleted the other day of me and my crow for no reason. Yeah, but what on YouTube, Richard? Yeah, okay. See if you can upload something on Rumble, Richard. Take something of the Charistus that's kind of mild, and see if it'll post and if it'll stay up and any remarks. You know what I mean? Do a test run. Just put one something up there. 2 minutes long, kind of thing. Not too long, not too scary. Just that might include that clip that he was so fond of putting into stuff. Sitting in in the helicopter, and are you working for the cause? And what cause? And that little like 30-second blip that he always had tagged and stuff. But anyway, so listen, my friends. I'm trying to keep my the videos from being 4 hours. Richard, at some of the videos go on for ages. Yeah, they're 49 minutes plus. Yeah. Oh wait, that's a five. They sent me a message that made no sense to why they did. Oh, YouTube? They won't let me upload anything more than 15 minutes. Are we still talking about YouTube? Nikolai, what? But anyway, so and I've been listening to Dan Bongino, and you can listen to his 11 o'clock podcast, like 10 minutes after he puts it up, or 10 minutes after he's finished. You can rewatch it, and then he has a radio program, and after 12, from 12 to 1 and 1 to 2, and then he's got one that's in private only, from 2 to 3. So but in the information that he's talking about, he says he's got this Bongino rule, and what it is you watch what's going on, and it's really a good rule. You watch what's going on. Trump's made a statement, and oh, it's done this. So what you do is you wait until you see who's making all the negative remarks. You see who's poo pooing the stuff. You see who's going in front of the camera. He can't do this. The people that are being shook up the most are the ones that are the guilty the most, you know. So you got the rule is you got to wait and see and look and see what the reaction is of the people. The immediate reaction is one thing, but after 3 days, what's the reaction? You know, oh and these people showed their hand. They showed what kind of assholes they are. Those Democrats over there, they did this and this, and oh my God, California did some kind of like $40 million to stop Trump in California. Where'd they getting this money? I mean, I know they're just printing it, but some of these folks have just gone, back crap cray cray. So, and the only way to stop the cray cray is to get down through all the last layer of crap. When I was shoveling horse manure out of the stables, you couldn't just pick it up out of some places, to make it look good. If I was in a hurry and they were having people coming by, I could go in there and flip a couple of turds around, and when you walk by, I was like, man, it was really nice. But if you stopped and paid attention, under that little bit of hay was a bunch of crap, really. So how do we fix this? Oh, well, but at the end, though, they might go by and look at the top layer and go, but you know that you got to dig down to the bottom. You got to get all that horse manure out there, and you got to put in new straw. You got to put in new bedding. You got to clean the stall. You don't just a little bit here and there. So, but anyway, with this stuff, the drain the swamp, okay, but in a lot of ways, it's a horse stall. The horse lives in there, but it runs, and it might, go live on another farm, or might go on a riding a horse trailer to some kind of event, because she had horses that did the jumping thing. So, and they used to hold events at her place. So, but anyway, so if you're going to impress these people, then you cover the layer with a little straw. You do this thing, you just get enough crap out of the way to where it doesn't stink and it doesn't upset anybody. But you haven't cured the problem. You haven't cleaned the stall. So in these operations, people need to understand, man, that these stalls, these government entities, these government projects and things are like horses' stalls. They got to be cleaned out all the way down. You got to get it down to the dirt. You gotta spray it. You gotta put fresh hay down. You got to get all the way down, and that's probably 2 or 3 wheelbarrows full of crap. I mean, for the side of the horse and stall. But anyway, so with all these programs and all these things going on, we the people and those working for us, it seems like they're actually working for us now. Elon is digging out stuff, and Trump has said several times he cannot do anything on his own. All he can do is suggest. All he can do is suggest. And it's the Congress, and he's writing all these executive orders to get shit started. People are going to argue you can't do that. There are people who are going to argue up to the Supreme Court that you can't do that. You can't write an executive order. It's against the law, it's against the Constitution. And you know what? Trump might go, okay. And you go, well, wait a minute. Only Congress can make that law. So he holds up that piece of paper with the executive order and says, okay, I'll tear this up if you make it a law. The reason I wrote this, knowing I probably couldn't get away with it, is because you dickheads won't make it a law. So why is he doing these things? Why is he freaking people out? Why is we're gonna get you with the courts on this one? That's what he wants. Why? Because these things will get tied up in court, but it's gonna bring everybody's attention to what's going on, to what's been going on, to how much money was wasted in certain projects, to what is Elon doing over there. He's going through the files. He's looking down the list going, where's that $100 billion go to? Blah, blah, blah. Some bitch, ding, that's out of there. This is going down here, blah, blah, ding. What? That was 200 million? Some bitch, it goes down the list a little bit. And, so he's going down the list and looking for the dumb stuff. And in the big stuff with the USAID thing, the USAID has been getting lump sums of money. And then they have been redistributing that money to whoever they wanted to, with less restrictions than the federal government gave to USAID. So Musk is going, we just need to get rid of USAID. It's a money laundering scheme. They give these big, organizations the money, and then they give some over here. And oh my God, some of these folks are actually they're giving aid to to Syria, that the aid is actually then to buy guns and to give them, hand grenades and missiles and what? So I said, well, yeah, well, we gave it to USAID, and the aid part, well, we were aiding Syria. You didn't ask us how. Oh, so we gave them a bunch of money, some millions of dollars. They went out. So they went out and bought AK-47s with the money. Who are we to judge? And that's what's been happening, that kind of stuff. And you say, but Dave, that's ridiculous. They can't have been getting away with it. Have they? Answer is yes. Putin also has an implant, most do, like a secret tracking device, also in case of kidnap. Yeah. Trump has one of his Neuralinks in him. I want to stand up for the guy for a minute. I have been I have been mutilated. Um, I've been hurt. My football accident that wiped out my knee, wiped out my leg, wiped out my running career, wiped out a bunch of stuff. And I've known people through my disability. I've met people over the years that are disabled, who's in wheelchairs. Our friend Elderberry is in a wheelchair, and there are other people that I've known over the years. And I used to work for a rehab place every day, go in and push people around in wheelchairs and parallel bars and try to help them teach them how to walk again. And just I'm there. So I heard a discussion that he was saying, and it might have been with Tucker Carlson. I can't say. It was on a big stage, and they were just two of them sitting there. But he was asked about something. He said, "What I imagine is the people who have been wounded, the people who have lost their limbs in car accidents and things." He said, "What I'd like to see, and there's a lot of good, information going on, and we've worked with putting sensors in devices, and they have for many years now. I knew of some folks before that had some of this, um, and she had basically an implant in her brain because of her epilepsy, and so." The bad news was the batteries were in the back of her head under the skin. Um, but anyway, he said, I want to be able to see people who have lost a limb be able to walk or use an arm again and articulate with the fingers. And he said, so what I'm foreseeing and would like to develop is a chip that would work to help someone move an artificial arm or a leg. Or, and I leaned back in my chair and I went, hmm. Now, that's a far cry. Oh, he wants to chip everybody's brain. But, but when he was talking about, and it was how I could see it in his eyes. And I was like, the guy's serious, you know, and there is a lot of, you know, tech. I've met some people, know some people. Um, a friend of mine, down in Tampa was on a construction site, and a, a stack of steel beams fell on him and crushed his leg. I mean, crushed it. And so they had to cut it off. And then the next thing you know, they were fitting him for, an artificial leg. And so we would meet up every once in a while and have, lunch or dinner or go out in the parking lot and smoke one, and gather at the Huddle House, after, 12 o'clock at night. But we'd sit there and chat, and he goes, he said, I got to talking with the guy that, was fitting me for my, my prosthetic. And he said, the guy was like, hey, you seem to be really interested in this and you seem to know what you're talking about. And he said, we got a position. How would you feel about selling these things? And he was like, what? And he goes, yeah, I know this is kind of silly. And, you're a construction worker, but how would you consider selling these, artificial limbs? And he said they thought about it and they had a drink and he said, okay. He said, we'll teach you. Okay. So the next thing you know, 3 months later, this guy is riding around in a brand new Corvette that is paid for. Paid for. paid for. Now it was only like $25,000 back in the day. Now they're $125,000. But to the point though, he bought a brand new one with cash for what he had made with working for this company. And so he just went up like this. And he was doing something worthwhile. He had a prosthetic, but he was teaching people how to put them on. How and they were back then they were changing styles and materials. They got all kinds of stuff down. So I think his last name was Pitts. But anyway, but so Mr. Pitts, I bet you by the time he was through, had made $1 million simply because of cost and things and what he was doing and commissions. So he probably made a cool $1 million easy. Was told many years ago about the massive change coming. Yep. Yep. From way back in 2007. Hawkeye has seen a lot of them, was warned about C-19 about a year before it came reality. Good night, Susie Q. Well, Richard, I don't know if I had talked to you about it, but I mentioned it here. And I said, has anybody noticed that the C-19 is not being advertised and the purple stuff and it was really being pushed as, you know, and there were people who were saying, oh, this will cure cancer. And then some of them people died of cancer. And so it was really kind of weird, but then it quieted down. So I don't know what happened to it, but I know the fad was over. WW2 in the gray area is another very, very interesting video. I don't know if I've seen that one. Is it on Y2? YT? Maybe at one point, um, you and I could do a Zoom and figure out how we might be able to promote some of that stuff on Rumble. Because I really would like to. And I want to learn how to copy a video and transfer it over there, like from my platform to over there. Um, and I've just been busy with some other stuff, and I need to crack down with this. But so none of those are on what WW2 in the gray area is not on YouTube. Yeah. Oh, I would just like to do a Zoom and just have a one-on-one, just you and me chat. Eyeball to eyeball. You've seen me, but I ain't seen you, so that'd be cool. But yes, have a discussion and see what we could do. Now, is that one of your vids you're talking about? Because I watched every one of them vids from way back in the day, and I know that some of them were an hour and a half, and some of them were a bunch long. It's 3:09 in the morning time here on the East Coast. And yes, at this time last week, we were digging out from the snow. And so, ladies and gentlemen, they say that next week is going to be a cold week, and we might actually get more snow down here. And I'm like, oh no, we ain't. You know, I'm gonna sit down here and put up a barrier and go, no, that way. But anyway, so This is a time for us to be able to calm. I've been talking about this. We got to calm some of these people down, you know. And so, from one of the things, Richard, the Trump Monter thing, it looks sort of that way, and it would be that we could see him in his position as he is destroying everything. Right? He's in there and he's the bull in the china shop. He is destroying everything, right? Changing everything, deleting things. So, in a way, that's the bad guy. Now, is that the bad guy thing that would be a Flash kind of thing? Like, we're going to destroy this, but yeah, but in the long run, you might actually clean shit up. We're going to do this, but actually, in the long run, you might be stirring things up now, but people might figure a way out of this, and people might be able to see that stuff has really been wrong, and so they might be from the bad side. But so far, the things that I see, and I'm trying to go, all right. So where's the hiccup in this? Where's the bad stuff? Where's the poison? Where's the, because I've watched a bunch of his stuff, right? And he's done this and this and wants to bring manufacturing back, wants to blah, blah, blah. And all of those points I agree. Now how he does it, you know, what's being manufactured, but he wants to bring it back. I'm all for it. Well, how can you be for Trump? Because I'm all for manufacturing coming back. Because my job was sent to Mexico. My friend's job was sent to China. My other friend's job it went to Argentina. My other friend's job, his job went to, they sent sewing factories down to the east coast of Venezuela over there, some of them smaller countries. But anyway, Ghana and places like that. And it's like, no, so I get it. So bring them jobs back for us. I might be too old to work, but bring them jobs back for other people, please. We used to have them. I was talking with a friend of mine at the hardware store today, and I was like, "Do you remember back in the day when Moultrie and Pelham were renowned for their tobacco? There were tobacco farms everywhere. In downtown Moultrie, they had big tobacco warehouses, and you could when they crop tobacco in the fall, you can smell that tobacco, in the big bundles of the leaves, and they were moving pallets around, going down the street, riding with pallets of tobacco, and nobody knows that any of it existed now. Nobody knows it was even here. And it was like $100 million just here in Moultrie area, $100 million thing, and it's just gone. All the people, all the money, all the jobs, all the everything gone. Does anybody know? Where'd all the manufacturing jobs go from around here? Out of country? Does anybody know they ever existed? Nope. Does anybody know that such and such, like somebody was saying, well, why can't, why all these jobs with the auto industry, they're in Canada? Well, it's true. I've been to several of the um, auto plants in Canada when I went up there for other reasons. So they got a big engine plant that's like 12 miles from Detroit, but in Canada. And in Windsor, I think it is. But and then right down the street from it is Chrysler's got a plant. So I mean, Um, but driving to Atlanta, the south side of town, I don't know if they're doing anything now, but Atlanta has a Ford company. Used to have a Ford company, a big plant on the south side of town. Employed bunches of people. They made bunches, millions of cars. And they just said one day, well, we're shutting down the Ford plant in Atlanta. So all them people that worked there for a bunch of years. So most of the plant is still there unless they dismantled it. There are people there around Atlanta, I'm sure. Some people might still remember working there. That Ford or somebody else could start building something there in that plant because they did before. Millions of people live around Atlanta. You could make enough cars just to sell in Georgia, or Alabama or Tennessee. You wouldn't have to go far, right? But anyway, my point is that so I've listened to Trump and I'm like, but I agree with that. I don't, I can't see anything wrong in it, right? What about this over here? Yeah, but I can see what the long term is. Well, I've seen this done in big business. Well, I've seen this. So I've looked at it with open eyes. I'm looking for the clincher. You know what I mean, Richard? And up to now, I haven't seen it. I haven't found it. So I'm still looking. Is the master and thinks like chess for domination. Flash think less and more like violence. Yes, let's have a bit of it in all of us can be triggered. It is our DNA essence. UK needs some very strong immigration policies. Yes. Oh, you've been sick? Oh, shame on you. Well, many prayers to you, my friend. I know several friends of mine over here are having cold issues kind of thing. And knock on wood, I haven't. The Blanche have very, very heavy tech. Yeah, um, they have a tendency, in my humble opinion, to be like slash and burn. You know, they're kind of like the Klingon. But anyway, it's been 3 hours, and I was going to quit it almost an hour ago. Richard, get better. My other dear friends who've been listening in, um, try not to freak out. We are on a much better road than we was. And all we can do is follow the golden age, follow the yellow brick road. Um, and we should keep an eye on the where the money's going. But the interesting thing about this is everybody else is watching where the money is going or where it has been going. So if people want to say, well, they're destroying the country, and you can look at them and say, what? By saving us money? They're destroying the country by saving us money. What? So finish their sentence. They're destroying the country by saving us money. That's so far. That's what's going on. Yeah, be alert and don't be fooled. Well, the interesting thing is, so far, everybody is being so transparent. Pete Hegseth down on the border. The border czar's done at least one interview every single day. And so these people are not hiding, you know. And I feel like when Tulsi Gabbard gets in there, if they really, God, I hope they approve her. The same thing with RFK. I think RFK is going to get in there, and when they get him confirmed, he'll be a spokesperson and whatever. He might find somebody to speak for him simply because of his dysphonia, but that I think he's going to damn near do daily reports, you know, at least for a while. Like, I've found that we're still having issues with the red dye, and we are still having something with the purple dye. And we found, there's because there are things that he's already litigated against the United States government and certain pharmaceutical companies. So he can start right there. I mean, like, I sued these people for using Roundup in Kellogg's cornflakes, which might really be true. And so, and Trump said today, Europe will not buy any of our vegetables because how they're grown here in the United States. And so he says, so RFK might actually be correct, and that we too should follow some of those rules like the European farmers. Yes, sir. Actually, I'm filling this bowl up, so that's the wrong kind of medicine, right? But I want to smoke one with you, and then I got to take my meds. But yes. So I've been listening, and folks have been asking him some very pointed questions, and he's given some very pointed and direct answers. Huh? What? Oh, you got to take medicine too? Oh, 420. All right, here you go, my dear friends. It's 3:20 in the morning time here on the east coast of Georgia and of the United States of America, and to the Gulf of America, we duly, salute, and we hope that those aliens don't zap us all to death. You can't get peanut butter in Germany? Oh my God. We just about give it away down here with all the peanuts that grow around here. Well, that's a shame, John. I mean, really, that's a shame. I got a jar of peanut butter. I'll send you, Ooh, there's a. Oh, this is a good one. I'm trying to share it with y'all. So, um, what is the long term? Now, I listened to Trump, and he's got a plan that some people know about. Like in 2 years is going to be the 150th anniversary. Well, he's got some things planned that he wants to do they're very, ambitious, but at the same time, it put people back to work. It would hopefully give Americans a sense of pride again, and just build up our spirit. Do all these things, and of course, he'd make billions of dollars by renting his rooms out in the Trump Towers for all of these occasions. But what the hell? So, in thinking that he is, a hybrid, an alien hybrid that has want to seek our destruction at some point, at some time, um then everything I see up to this point. Good morning, Sheila. Everybody give me Sheila a hug over the line. Yep, yep, yep. Did you like that bud that I sent you? Did you like that bud that I sent you? Oh yes, it is. I'm gonna shut up for a minute. Take a 20 hit. I got my blood work in the other day, Thursday or Friday. And I'm good to go with almost everything on my chart. My cholesterol, my this, my that, it's all good. Can't ask for anything more than that, health wise. I volunteered for the back surgery, and got caught up with having to be cut open twice. And I'm still having a lot of issues with pain and being able to walk, but haven't given up. I'm still here, still working on it. But I know I volunteered. Um, so it ain't all bad, right? And I sometimes wonder if my back pain is like bad karma. You know, like this is, you've caused some other people pain too, Dave. This is payback. So I don't know. But I refuse to give up. That's what I do know, the positive side of it. And how can I work around it, to get there from here? So, but life in general, so, we get hit with all kinds of things. But in watching Trump, he's freaking people out. That's funny to watch. Them Nancy's and them Karens, and that's just funny to watch these people freak out. And AOC, oh my God, Trump's a dictator. We told you he was Hitler. That was today, and I was like, oh my God. But wait till all of these people get in their respective offices. And wait till, Cash Patel gets in to the FBI. Let him start going through some files. Let him reevaluate these people that they're administrative leaving, you know. Leave, you're administrative. Um, but so he's going to be able to go through them files and go, yeah. The other thing is Cash Patel, when Trump was in last time, worked in the Trump administration as the NSA director or something. High uppity muckety muck. I listened to him talk during his interview on the Sean Ryan show, and he knows a lot of dirt on a bunch of people. And he's like, and if the files haven't been destroyed, he's got receipts. So why are some of these people getting canned? Because he already knows they're guilty. He doesn't have to open an investigation because he's already read the files of what they've already done. And he's like, we got to get these folks before they delete the hard drive because I'm going to nail them. He wants some of these folks real bad, you know? I remember when Reagan remodeled the Statue of Liberty. Good health is wealth. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. And 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 good health, this might sound redundant and stupid, but good health is health. What? Well, for me being in good health with my blood and everything, when we had snow last week, I was so cold at times, and there was snow on the ground, and I was freaked out, and And so, but had I been in better health, because I couldn't go out and bring the wood in. I wasn't strong enough to pick the wood up and bring it in the house to start a fire to stay warm. Now that sucks. So me and Duggar spent a lot of time under the covers, you know. We made it. It's okay, but my back hurt so bad, and my legs were stove up so bad, and my hips would not work at all. And I'd bend over to try to pick up, some logs, and get stove up and go to one knee and go, I can't do this. So I can be healthy with my blood work and everything, and my heart condition is under control, but I'm not healthy enough to go out and get firewood to keep me healthy. It's a circle. I can be healthy if I'm healthy. Oh, for what? About the wood? I knew I knew everybody else had issues, and at first I was just like the first night, me and I had some fire because I wasn't sore. And the next day I started with a little fire, but everything, all the snow, all the wood was covered with snow. I couldn't even find some of the wood, right? So I had wood that on my carts right outside the back door, and I could get to it. Okay. I could stand at the back door and literally throw it towards the heater and then close the door and come in and then pile it up or put it in the heater. So if I learned how to adjust without carrying the wood, I could just toss it, right? So, but then my carts ran out of wood, right? So then I was so cold and I hurt so bad, I just said, "Come on, Duggar, we're getting under the cover. Screw this." I've been through cold weather before back in the day, and the answer was another quilt, you know. So I'm comfortable. I had everything I needed. TV's good. I got the extra quilt, my little heater down here, it just stayed on. Um, you know, it was actually like 45 degrees right here by my chair, but it was 28 outside. So, you know, that still did pretty good. And I'm not complaining. And in the daytime, when we did have sun, it warms up the house beautifully. So, I made it. Um, need to go try to get some of this wood that I cut that's down in the woods, uh, in case it happens again. But if it hadn't been snowing, I could have got to the wood easier. But the snow threw me. So, and I just figured everybody else was having trouble. And if I don't know where the pile of wood is, how are you gonna find it? But jump on a four-wheeler and help you. Yeah, I forget you got a four-wheeler. I just figured everybody else was busy. Darling, I've been doing so much stuff on my own over the years. I know that you're my neighbor, but I forget. Like, well, I could call up Ricky or could call up, certain things I just, you know, I forget. Oh, this is a good one. I hope you all have a good one wherever you might be. I hope you got a good one. And I hope your good one is a good one. But so anyway, uh, it's been gray and grim in the UK. It's been gray and grim here a couple of days. And yeah, don't forget we are, yep. Well, I called you the other day to see how y'all was doing, and Ricky said, "Well, we didn't find your message for a couple of days." You might be there, but check your messages. That was funny. I was like, dude, man, I called and I called several times and and he goes, oh, man, we didn't even look at it. We've had a fair bit of sun down south. Oh, I seen you in there, Katniss. How you doing? How you doing? There are people this year. I want to toss this out to you that have been driven to the brink of insanity with the crazy trans stuff and all this other stuff, right? And, just the silliness and the grossness and the dumbness, right? So that's been weighing on people's minds. Will my daughter or granddaughter have to, you know, undress in front of a man, or whatever, right? Um, that means that all those trans men have to come into our bathroom now. Oh, look, there's a fairy fag. That's what we used to call them in the old days. Look, there's a fairy fag. But one of the most important things, and I have heard this from other people that I've been listening to over the years, and as much as I've been telling y'all, like Rex on Leak Project, and buckle up, Buttercup, you know, and other people have been saying, if you're sitting on your couch and eating popcorn, you better buckle up, and stuff like that. So, but where before folks would just kind of, get some popcorn and watch the show. But now they're like, get your popcorn, watch the show, but buckle up. They've added the buckle up part. And a lot of other folks just, they've been using the term buckle up. So I find it interesting in that, there are those of us who have, like hang on to your seat and. But just when you're listening, see if you hear from the news and whatever you listen to, if you hear anybody talking about buckle up. Just as a fun game. Look, here's a funny cigarette. A flaming cigarette. He's a flaming cigarette. Okay, my glasses are sitting right there. There's too much glare. I can't read. I can't, and my eyes are getting fishy. Yeah, I'm developing cataracts, so it's harder for me to read the small print. And I mean, it's obviously to me, my eyesight's getting better, and I can see it, but it's like, man, it's like it's like looking through a drop of water because as I read down the letters, it'll one or two letters will be clear and it'll be fuzzy on either side, and it's like looking through a drop of water. Yeah. And so Richard, I've been inkling that my insides are telling me I need to do another video of the Silent 72 Plus. And I was just kind of watching to see what was going on. Katniss, are you out of here? We love you. Please be safe and, and watch them killings. Be good. As always, I continue to pray for all of you. Remember that. And as I'm going to wrap this up, I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And I mean it, you know. And how many years have I been saying that prayer for y'all? And so, and I don't hesitate. I say it every beginning of every video. And there have been times when I fell asleep at the end of a video and didn't quite get it out. And I could feel myself falling asleep over here. So it's like, man, I got to get out of here before I do it again. But so let me ask you, Richard or whoever, John, um, how's the picture on your side? Because I turned off one camera. I've added a light over here on my left, which is your right, and my USB camera. Oh, you think so, Richard? On fine print, huh? Yeah, well, so how is the sound? Is it bad? Is it too loud or overdriven or is it too soft or okay, good. Well, everything's going through my USB uh, camera. And so it gave me good results back in the day when I first bought it. But so what it was doing, it was having a conflict with the camera on the computer. So I had to turn off completely the computer's camera and adjust it to where this camera was, the only one, the dominant camera. And I've been fudging with the saturation and everything and brightness and all. And so this was sort of my best guess as a preview. So, but if it looks good on your end, then the camera's working and I got the bugs worked out. So that's great. So, my dear friends, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, healing, wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Richard, do you have my email? I'm going to put my email address here in the bottom in case anybody uh, wants to contact me with other information other than what we think we might be able to get away with, um, you know. Because I have trouble answering things. If somebody leaves a comment in on the sections, I have difficulty answering those because of how my stuff is, and I can't figure out why it. I can't do it, and because my brain is frazzled at times and I'm goofy headed, I still haven't figured it out. So, oh crap. My email is real easy. lowercase dwnull52 at gmail.com. So, Richard, we can email back and forth or whatever, and so we can set up a Zoom and figure some of this stuff out. Um, so, as to wrap up, then, Richard, um, you would approve for me to do a Silent 72 plus video? You think it would be all right? I didn't want to do it because I didn't want to interfere. Oh, you 100%? Okay. Because I was like, I got these feelings. There are times when I feel like at nighttime when I'm sleeping or whatever that I have gone on missions, especially like teaching missions. They're teaching me stuff because I come back here and I wake up and go, whatever I was in that third dimension, ooh, wait, you know. And so, and some of the stuff is like, it's so mind boggling. Um, it's hard for me to even try to describe to myself. I'll be sitting here going, hey, Alex, what you doing? It has been a while. How be ye, my friend? Think the reason they have stopped posting is because times change and most videos get deleted by YouTube. Yep. Um, and somebody sent me a note, and it was, I can't be specific because the person could watch this video, and I don't want to, you know. But I had heard this from other people in a different way, but similar. So I don't feel bad about bringing it up. All right, and it has to do with you know that Dante has been accused over there of selling guns and weapons to the Russian rebels or something. And so that, and they're killing, folks in over there, and they're to blame for some of this. And I'm like, that's a really bad thing. Um, I mean, any killing or whatever. But Dante has somehow, and that there's proof that he's been buying and selling and supplying some of these rebels with weapons and things. And I'm thinking to myself, now this is somebody who's been following me and him in the channel kind of thing. So he says, how can I support someone who is basically supporting folks to shell and bomb my grandparents and to kill and maim my friends? And I'm like, and this person we're supposed to listen to, Dante, has been caught and seen, and it's on the news kind of thing, from what I understand. That he is, selling guns and ammo to to the rebels. Okay, right, Richard, helping humans against greater powers. Well, but he has shown us tanks with the Charistus on, over there, fighting, And so, of course, if he's working for the Charistus group, and the Charistus group is over there on underground trying to blow up the bad guys. Now, they might be blowing up stuff that, in the neighborhood of where somebody lives. I can't help that. But if the bad guys are embedded in these neighborhoods, they need to get routed out. They need to get and so it's like, so the thing was, I don't know, like, I don't know if I should like trust Dante anymore or not, or, should I believe in him or pay attention? And I'm like, but now it's a war. You know who he's working for. He has stated it. He has shown us videos. He has shown us tanks and infantry with special patches. So them guys are the special Christus group working with them. Now wait a minute. DS is providing guns to the underground to help them route this out. I I, I can't see the bad in that. You know. Oh, but he's been caught and he's been providing money and he's been providing this and that. Um, um, that's cruel and unusual punishment. It's like, well, he shouldn't be doing that kind of thing. And, well, wait a minute, he's Azazel, you know, and that's what his reincarnations have been, to step in. We showed us all the wars that he's been in too, and all the strife and different things, that his incarnations have been, or reincarnations, I maybe would be more appropriate, but that and so these are the things along in biblical times it's been done before. Yep. um so here he is in this time providing weapons, where back in the day, in the biblical times, he was giving them swords and shields and stuff. You know what I mean? And so, but now, helping the lower class people now, means giving them guns and weapons and knives and hand grenades and stuff. So oh, but here he is, because he's working for this group, this special group, to wipe out the really bad special group over there who've been proven to do really bad stuff. But wait a minute, because he gave some stuff to some of the underground to get rid of them. Hmm. And let's remember, people, the good guys, some of them in the Ukraine, are not really good guys. They're not they're not the side we want to win. It's the underground folks and the special groups coming from the Russia side. They're the ones who should be in charge, because they will do more protection. Whereas the group that's in there now only wants to use the population. Where the group coming in, kind of sort of the Putin group, that everybody says, oh, he wants war and he wants this. Well, he does want a buffer zone. He has told NATO and them all about that buffer zone thing, but that basically, that if you keep people from trying to take over your property all the time, if you protect those people in the Ukraine, I thought I heard a car too. Did you hear something? Well, it was a loud thump, whatever it was. Well, he got back on the bed. Must not have been something. But so anyway, he wants to take over. He wants to rule it. He wants to control it. But why? Because he wants to plant crops. He wants to plant corn. He wants to plant wheat. Why? Because the Ukraine has some of the most fertile soil right over there. Yeah, you heard the door shut too, but there ain't nothing there. And I don't have a back door over here. And the neighbor can shut a door up on the hill, and it sounds like it's right in my backyard, and it's 300 yards away, you know. But so, yeah, Russia wants the Ukraine so they can grow vegetables, so they can grow stuff and have a buffer zone, with the NATO. Um, and he wants to be able to go to the ocean, you know. Why? Because the grain that they grow can then be shipped to different places because now they're on because the UK is on one side's on the ocean, right? So yes, Russia wants it, absolutely, but it used to be part of Russia anyway. That's what people forget. So they've got Zelensky and all those people. All of them folks have been put in by the CIA from our CIA, and so the people didn't really elect them. And folks that they put in, like, Hunter Biden and Joe Biden running in the background, um, they kept everything a mess and they had, billions of dollars worth of dealings and all this other kind of stuff. And blame it on the Russians. The Russians are the bad guys. The Russians are killing them. That's true. And, DS is supplying weapons to the underground. Why? Because they're trying to get rid of the flesh that are embedded in the Ukraine, who are the really bad aliens. And they've been trying to get rid of them for a long time. Not yet, Katniss. I'm sitting here. I got a bowl in my hand, though. I was waiting for you to come back just so I could say hey. But so, in my humble opinion, in watching this stuff, I go, you want to blame some folks for participating in a war, but they have shown you exactly what the war is all about. These people over here are nasty, mean, and fudged up. We want to get rid of them. And we're going to have to dive in there real deep and literally dig some of these folks out like they did in, Vietnam and World War II and in Japan kind of thing. And well, they never really made it to Japan, but Okinawa. So it's like, but wait a minute, some of these folks are in underground tunnels. They're literally going to have to go underground and get some of these folks out. And um, I just had a flash of listening to a lady describe how they found a couple of prisoners over the Hamas folks, and that they had were found in a tunnel with no lights in the tunnel, no bathroom, no facilities, just them in the tunnel in the darkness. And I've been in a bunch of tunnels, and I've done some caving, and I've done some, and I'm like, so they were in the tunnels for a month. without any kind of food or water or anything. And it's like, and of course they were dead when they found them. So I'm like, being in the darkness and not being able to see your hand forces your third eye to come out and you start seeing things. Now, if you're not careful, you're seeing things and you're hallucinating because you don't have water and this and that, but to compound the issue. But if you had water and food and everything and you were just dealing with darkness, there's that weirdness that can go on. And I'm looking at behind me. Those are all reflections from this light right here. But but I was thinking about, how they should have went over there and I don't know, should they blow up the place to get the folks out? When they do get some of these hostages out, they've been living in a sewer tunnel. I used to play in sewer tunnels as a kid. So, but these people were in a sewer tunnel and had been there for, I'm saying a month. I don't really know. All right. But still, they were in the tunnel in the dark without food or water. About that part's true. So that's just nasty. Well, we didn't beat them. Of course, they said that they were shot several times. So there's that. But can you actually make a deal with people like that? And those folks are the bad guys. So you say, well, we can't give any weapons to the underground who are fighting these bad guys because that keeps the war going. Oh, yeah, it's true. But if you got the bad guys going to come over and want to rape and murder your family and do other things then you should have a weapon. I'm sorry, you should have a weapon. And they've been. There's this one website that shows off sexy Israeli women with guns in uniforms, and they show these very attractive women, Israeli women, with a AK slung over their shoulder or whatever, and there might be one top button, open at the top of their uniform, but basically these ladies are in full uniform or whatever they're, and it's not like it's a sexual thing per se, but look how sexy this woman is in a uniform. It's like what? So, but anyway, there is that. Um, but if they're doing that to folks, is it bad for us to shoot up and throw grenades around to try to get them out when we found out that they're already dead? Yeah, they've been corrupt from the inside for years. Yeah, it goes back to Obama. Obama started this stuff over there. Uh, you've been reminding Katniss. Love you, David. Pill. it's a whole handful of pills. It takes two hands. You know, God, I'm almost at 4 hours. Son of a gun. I was not going to do this. But y'all get on here at different times, and I want to chit chat with all of y'all, and I want to give everybody a chance. I want to give everybody time, FaceTime kind of thing, visiting time, however you want to look at it. So, you know, Katniss comes on. I go, well, I'll stay on for a little bit. Well, and Richard comes on. Well, I'll stay on for a little bit longer. And then, somebody else comes on. Well, I'll stay a little longer. You know how I am. But it's because I love you and I like hanging out with y'all. But so the Ukraine thing, I've had a different opinion of a lot of people, and some of it has to do with, Dante, and a lot of it has to do with just watching. A lot of it has to do with observing, going to Google Earth and playing around, and looking at Russia and look at the Ukraine and look at this, look at that, and blah blah blah, and looking at what farms look like, and just you know, not necessarily deep diving, but I wonder what it's like in Ukraine. I wonder what farming's like over there. I wonder what blah blah blah. And I go look it up. So and by being able to do that, you learn just a bunch of stuff. So it's like, so why does Putin want it? He wants to be able to protect that asset. And people will say, well, Putin wants to claim that asset for himself. Pay attention. He wants to protect that asset for the sake of Russia. What? Think about it. He doesn't want to turn the land, to a radioactive, wasteland. No, he wants to plant things. He wants to grow things. And he wants to be able to take that and protect that land and don't let some of these foreign investors come in and build a bunch of toxic shit. He wants to grow stuff. And instead, they want to put rockets in and they want to move NATO people in. Why? Because they think Putin is a threat. They keep saying Putin is a threat. Putin is a threat. Russia is a threat. Putin is they keep pushing it, drilling it, drilling it, drilling it. And it's like, because he wants the Ukraine to be a part of Russia like it used to be in the olden days, on and off, and he wants to be able to protect that asset. And then people say, look at Putin. He wants to claim that asset for himself. Well, now, hang on, folks. The people in the Ukraine are going to benefit from planting crops and doing stuff for Mother Russia. So they're trying to say that somehow providing good and services and food to Russia, because where the Ukraine is, all they got to do is go across their back lawn, and there's Russia. And so instead of transporting any of their goods across the water or over here, blah, 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 it's like just go across that border that borders Russia and you can deliver the goods. So it's like, so we can grow it, we can um, collect it, and we can drive down the road to Russia and sell it. So everybody else says that's wrong. Everybody else says no. Then Putin can't claim that asset for his own. Wait a minute. So it means the European Union wants to claim the Ukraine as their asset. Well, yeah, that's what the fight is. Putin's just like, hey guys, listen, we already were part of each other. And Europe's going, no, you should be independent. And no, we'll help you and whatever. And no, we'll sell you gas and oil and you can supply us with wheat. And oh no, Putin bad. Meh. One of the world's largest urban labyrinths, running up to 2,500 kilometers. A labyrinth? Oh my God. catacombs under you. Yes, I've heard that. I have had a pen pal friend who lives in Romania. And 10 years ago, I thought I was going to Romania I, to visit. I wanted to meet this woman, lovely lady. And, I was like, man, I just want to meet you, whether we date or do anything. We just had just a lot of fun time, pen pal and commuting back and forth. Um, that was before you could do um, any kind of video chat. But to the point of she would send me pictures of Romania and around her house and the garden and stuff. And I'm like, dude, I want to go to Romania. It's beautiful. And other places, and I've had other friends of mine in the theater group that have, one lady is from the UK, and another lady was Vienna. No. It's someplace up Denmark, somewhere up in there. It's not, I don't think it's Vienna. Vienna, Switzerland. But anyway, so her and her husband, every other year they would take a trip out west to visit his family and everybody, and then every other year they would go to Europe and visit there. But so yeah, it's many places just absolutely gorgeous over there, and not all the Europeans are stupid. But here's the thing: there's a lot of hills and mountains in some of those areas, and they don't have a lot of space to grow. And when you look at the plains, the open places there in in the Ukraine, it's just far as the eye can see, just and it's good land, they say, good dirt. So you could plow for a day and not hit a fence or something. So, but now whoever plants it and maintains it and harvests it, they're going to be the ones controlling it. Well, duh, you know. So the farmers and the producers need to get together like they do down here in South Georgia. There are, places the farmers will go in and farmers, 10 farmers will get together and agree. And they take all the corn that they produce to this grain bin silo thing. And so they weigh it, clean it, put it in a silo. So now they know exactly how much you have contributed in the silo, right? So then at the end of the month or whatever, right, they figure out how many pounds, because it's easy to tally. So they tally up how many pounds that you put in the silo and they write you a check for whatever the going price is. Now, some of the farmers negotiate a price for their corn before they ever bring their corn. So they'll go on price for this year, last year's corn, they'll use for this year's corn. So it's like, well, last year, I don't know, we got 250 a bushel. This year we're going to start out at 250 a bushel, even though we might not get it or whatever, but they're going to start at 250 because that's what we got last year. And being that the economy is different, 250 sounds like a good deal now. Okay, so all these farmers in this area go ahead and give or sell their um, corn to this guy for that price. And sometimes they will sell or they'll sometimes the silo is storage. In other words, I brought in 1,000 pounds of corn. Okay, that's how much I brought in. Now, right now, I could give you a check. Um, corn is 25 cents a pound, and you go what? And you go, well, it was $1.50 earlier. And you go, well, gee, many Christmas. So in selling corn futures and, out there on the stock market and stuff. So then he gets a thing in it goes, well, now they're buying corn at 325. So I say, sell my 1,000 pounds of corn. I want sold right now at the 325 thing. So then my 1,000 pounds, instead of being sold for $1.50 a pound or whatever, now I'm getting three something a pound because they waited. And then the market went up, right? For whatever reason, the market fluctuated. Then it went up to the three something. And I said, sell, just like a stock would be. It's my corn. I can do what I want. So I sell it right then and get that three something, you know, um, a pound or a bushel, whatever it is. But anyway, so that's how some um, um, that's how the farmers down here do it, right? So I'm sure that there are folks in Russia and farmers over there, and I've seen pictures of silos over there if they haven't blown them up. But um, there are lots of ways to store grain and things. But the thing is that so they want to kill all of the men who could work on the farms. They wanted to make sure that they could screw up enough land it would be difficult to just start planting. They say there's thousands of landmines buried over there by the bad guys. So, how do we get out of this? I don't know. But I still don't think Putin is the bad guy in all this. NATO and uh, Obama and Biden and some of the oligarchs that are in our government at the moment. Some of them are being fired and pushed out. Maybe one day we'll see. But so we need to buckle up, Buttercup, because it's going to be interesting. And the Bongino rule is the first time you see something, don't react emotionally. React with, you know, observation. React and go, and wait and see how things develop. And then go, what? Give it 3 days. Canada's Justin Trudeau caves at Trump's tariff threat and strikes $1 billion border agreement. Yep. How about that? Ain't that great? So, everybody, listen to the news tonight. Oh my God, the world is going to come to an end because, Trump's doing all this tariff stuff and it didn't work and blah 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 and the Great Depression and Hitler and here he goes with this again and then while the guys are talking about it on the news program they go ding ding fresh off the press. Oh, Trudeau just called Trump and they're going to work out a deal. you know So right up to the point where they were bashing Trump about his tariffs, they go, wait, hang on. Oh, never mind. Never mind. So I didn't read the book, The Art of the Deal, but I've heard about it. I've heard people discuss the book, but in Trump, watching him, I'm like, oh yeah, this is the art of the deal. So he knows which buttons to push. And he probably has a spy, per se, up there in Canada that's just, collecting little bits and pieces of dirt, you know, kind of hangs around the Capitol to catch a glimpse of Trudeau or something, goes to a place where he likes to eat, or, passes by a window, see who's eating dinner with, just, just stuff, right? To keep an eye on the clown. Because some of the information he gets, I don't think it comes straight from the news. I mean, the left news, CNN, blah blah blah. They follow Trudeau around and all this, but he's got information that's deeper than them. So, okay, boss man, where did you get that information? I'm sorry, but oh, I just the little birdie told me. I think he's got some folks undercover, so to speak, in some of these places, and if he's part of the the Mocktair group, um, then they've got folks all over the place. And so he can call up and they'll go, Agent 47, yes, you know, Agent 47, yes, okay. We have this problem, so just send them to Gitmo, okay, and then we can pick them up with our spaceships. That's right, and nobody will know that they're gone. We'll just tell them they went back to Venezuela. That's all. Now, how many prisoners can you fit in one of them spaceships anyway? About 100, huh? Well, that's about how much we can fit on an airplane. Yeah. So one airplane is about cover about the same amount. Oh, what? You mean unless you cut them up and grind them, they take up less space? Oh, well, that makes sense. What, if you turn them into a stew first? Oh, well, all right, however you want to do it, we're going to meet you in Gitmo, and you bring your spaceship and we'll take care of business. All right? Okay. See you then. Bye. Bill, wouldn't you like to be in on that conversation, right? Karma is a bitch. So it's like, wait a minute, because here's what I was thinking. I'm sorry. If these guys are murderers and rapists, killers, murderers, killers, and rapists, and did I say rapists and murderers and killers? Um, so if you're going to fly them over the Gulf of America to get to Gitmo, which you pretty much got to do, what if you just opened the back of that sea, whatever it is, and just march them folks just right off the gangplank into the ocean? And you go, Dave, but that's heartless. Hang on. They killed someone or raped someone, and have obviously broke the law and gotten into our country. So we're not going to prosecute them or give them the electric chair or shoot them or hang them or give them cyanide. We're going to send them back to where they came from. So what? They can do it again? Yeah, I don't, I was thinking about that, at 15,000 feet. Well, I don't know. I was thinking more like 500. Yeah, and about 140 miles out to sea. Yep. Well, see, as they leave over Texas out over the Gulf of America, about where the that oil spill was with the Deep Horizon thing, when they get out in the middle out there, they just open the door and just kind of chunk them out. Well, if they didn't kill murderers and rapists in Venezuela, and the guys got up here, and we didn't murder them or kill them for what they did. So we're trying to be humane to killers and murderers and rapists. And that bothers me. So they want to send these killers and rapists, murderers back to where they came from so they can, what, escape again? So what's Venezuela going to do? So they're tossing back and forth who's going to kill these people or imprison them and take care of them and feed them for however long. And I say these ultra bad guys need to be shark food. They need to fly over the Gulf of America and find out a place where there's a bunch of sharks swimming around and chunk these buggers out the back of that C-17 or C whatever it is. See, buddies? But now 15,000 feet would be cool. You know, they could just fly, float on down, you know. But I was thinking like 500 feet. So, and as fast as they could go, you know, like, okay, jump. So when they hit that water, it'd be like they was hitting concrete, you know. They would just, the water would just kind of splatter them, you know. So, I mean, you say, well, that sounds cruel. Well, strapping a person into a chair, old Sparky, oh, I missed 420, old Sparky, and shoving the juice to them so they wiggle and do and wet themselves and, you know, and pee and poop and all that, you know, and the smelling of burning flesh and hair and, you know, and then pull the switch back down. Are you dead yet? No, Doc, one more time. You know, so you say, well, I don't know, maybe chunking them out the back of a C-17 ain't such a bad idea. Wouldn't that be less cruel? Now, I've been saying for a long time, I know they have cyanide pills. They show them in the movies and all this, but here's the thing. They got a pill that they can take, and you be dead so quick. And that, you know, it's like all this other stuff. And now, you know, there are some places that if you're going to be mean bad and that, then one bullet to the head takes care of that. How much is the cost of a bullet? But now people say, "Oh, that's so bad, and that's so mean, and that's so cruel." Well, what about the killing and the raping that person did? I'm sorry, Lincoln Riley up in North Georgia, right? On the campus up there of you know, the Bulldogs, Georgia State. I've been up there many times. It's beautiful up there in Athens. Running, jogging, this guy comes out and rapes her, beats her up, and kills her. So the only place we should send him is to the back of that C-17. He's going to go for a ride. Okay, get in the back. Um, you going to give me parachute? See, senor? No, senor. Nada parachute. But, sir, parachute, you say me? Mm-mm. Yeah, we're going to drop you over the jungle, all right, from 15,000 feet, you know, but we're going to strip you naked before we do. What? Yeah, see, senor. When you hit the trees, them trees and branches are just going to rip your skin to death before you ever hit the ground. Well, you know, or we could give you a bullet to the head, or, you know, we could throw you out over the water where there's a bunch of sharks. Which do you want, senor? You could give a body a chance, but to say that you're going to send these convicted people back to their country of origin, they already have these tendencies. You're going to send them back so they can possibly do it again? Anywhere. In Venezuela, okay. Well, what if they go to Brazil? Okay. Well, what if they come back to the United States and do something again? Well, okay. Well, you turned them loose. I'm sorry, bullet to the head. If you're not going to electrocute them, hang them, or, firing squad or cyanide, if you ain't going to do none of them, bullet to the head. Is anybody looking? No. Bang. Oh, he got shot. Who shot him? I don't know. It must have been a sniper. You know. What are we gonna do? I don't know. He's dead. Well, let's give him a pauper's funeral. So, but anyway, and by the time he's dead, nobody's gonna care about a slimeball Argentina person who killed and raped. Oh my God! They they found a bullet in his head. Really? Yeah, he was laying on his bunk and everything was groovy. And we all got up the next morning and went to shake him. And there's a pool of blood in his pillow. He's got a bullet hole in his brain. He died of a bullet hole. There's a bullet in his brain. Oh, anybody see it? No. I mean, they killed Epstein, right? They killed, murdered some other people in jail, right? So send them to a jail with folks who know how to kill and say, you see this guy right here? We give you permission to do anything you want to him. Pull his hair, rip his eyes out, bite his ears off, hang him from by his genitals. Anything you want to do to him, we will let you do. Now, who wants to go first? There's that. And you say, Dave, you just keep coming up with more stuff that's just even more bizarre than what you just talked about. Yeah, I know. But here's the thing, what I'm discussing to how to get rid of these mean, nasty people is not near as disgusting to me, in that they're going to take them back to the country of origin to be turned loose again. Because the country of origin turned them loose to go to America. So they don't want them back in the prison system. They might accept them back in the country, but they don't want to close or feed them. So what happens? They go back on the street. So what do? They've already been to America at least once. So they're going to hop a train, have a book. They're going to get back up to and somehow get back. And they're going to be pissed this time. So if you want to give them a chance, 40 miles out, right, Richard? C-17 with the back door open, and give everybody, one of those blow up rubber duckies that you put around you in the pool at about 200 knots, 600 feet over the ocean, 40 miles out. Jump or get pushed. Geez, where's my parachute? Oh, we left it on the land. You know, we wanted to see how far you could swim. Oh, senor, how far is it? Oh, 40 kilometers that way. 40 miles, not kilometers, that way. Oh, see, senor. And then, dump them in the Pacific Current. So there ain't no way they could swim anywhere. They would just get swept out to sea some more. See, I told you. But so is that cruel? Is what I have proposed any more cruel than turning them loose to get back into anywhere society to continue their behavior? I think I'm just guessing and listening to some of these snipers and other, heavy duty tactical guys from all the different wars. And you say, you know what? We got to turn this guy loose. He's the Argentinian that raped and killed, Lincoln. We need somebody to take him out. You can take your gun, and we're going to tell you where we're going to let him out, and you can go along to where we are going to let him out. But then when we let him out, and he's no longer in the jurisdiction of the United States anything, and when he steps off that plane and takes one step, we want you to shoot him right then. Take him out right then. As soon as one foot hits that pavement in Venezuela and the other foot is still in the air, take him out. Well, why is that? Well, because he's moved out of the United States jurisdiction legally. So anything that happens to the guy, he's back home. We don't know what happened to the guy. Oh my God, you mean he's dead? You mean that killer rapist guy is dead? What happened? Oh, as soon as he stepped on the tarmac, somebody shot him. Oh, what a shame. Oh, woe is me, say all the Democrats. Oh, well, that's so sad. He got all the way back home again and then somebody killed him. Yeah, what a deal, huh? It cost a bullet. But the thing is that wouldn't that solve everything too? So here's the thing. Them being sent to Gitmo, all right, brings up another topic too. I'll swing it by you. He has it's been almost 4 hours and 20 minutes, so I'm waiting for that 4:20. So I did some checking back in the day, and there was a thing about guillotines, and it had to do with getting rid of the population. It had to do with people insurrectionists and how they were going to take care of them, and this, that, and the other thing. Well, I did some checking, and it said, there was somebody that said, well, there are guillotines in uh, South Georgia at an Air Force base there. So I was like, well, that's Moody Air Force Base. It's that way, about 45 miles. So what about it? So I got on the internet and I did some checking and and sure enough, they had like 100 or so guillotines stored in a warehouse because it was on a property list in the Air Force Base in Valdosta. And I was like, you got to be shitting me. They actually have 100 guillotines over there? For what? So now that was a bunch of years ago. All right. But the thing is that I chased it down and it was on a log, of what was in the what was in the warehouse kind of thing, and blah 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 blah. And I was like, son of a there it is. So, and there was another place in Georgia that had like 25 of them or something. So here's a thought. Do they still have those guillotines? Because they were on a properties list for the airport in South Georgia, which would be easy to transport them anywhere they wanted to because they're at the airport where C-17s land, and take off. So nobody sees what goes on at Gitmo. So what if they take a couple of guillotines down there and check them out, see how good they work? And that guy that killed Lincoln can be the first one to try it out. And if it didn't go all the way down the first time, of course they'd have to raise it up and do it a second time. But hey, boss, this one only cuts their head off halfway. What do you want to do? I don't know, roll him over. Um, ooh, but to the point though, but do we need to risk having any of these nasties get back on the street anywhere? Whether it's in Venezuela or Brazil or here or there, they don't need to be on any street in any country at any time. These folks need to be just eliminated. Period. I'm sorry, like a rabid dog, they need to go down. And people say, "Well, Dave, you're so cruel." No, not when they rape and murder and just do, all kinds of mean bad. No. Well, let's send them off somewhere. Yeah. So they can jump out of an airplane at 16,000 feet with no parachute. Yep. Bye. Jump. You know, absolutely. Well, what'd you do that for? Because none of you sons of bitches had the balls to get rid of them. And somebody, needs to step up and play and, send them to Gitmo. Let them rot, you know. So they got a whole wing, 30,000 prisoners. Okay, we're going to put 50 guys down here in this wing back here. And we're going to forget about them. Here's a jug of water. Here's a couple of Patriot packs of freeze-dried food. And let's see if you can make it a month. And if you can make it a month with that jug of water and that Patriot stuff right there, we'll put you in a cleaner cell and you can have food once a day. You ready? And boom, off they go. And they put these 50 guys in the back room back there. One of them is that really mean, bad, and nasty guy. And they don't go to check on them. They don't go in that wing. They don't give them any water. They don't turn off the lights or turn on the lights. They don't do anything. Do they give them bathroom rights or anything? Nope. They just put them in the cells and turn around and leave them. But that's cruel. Well, you hold them in jail or gave them some food. They got some water. Yeah, but you don't check on them and feed them 3 times a day? No. Well, why? It's inhumane. Oh, it's because we're in ghetto. We're in Cuba where none of your damn rules make a difference. These people raped and killed and stole from people. We gave them food and water. We just wanted to see how long they'd last. Well, this guy lasted 3 weeks. Oh, well, he died. Well, there's our experiment. Jose only made it 3 weeks. But look at Ramon over there, man. He's still going. And you come back a week later and go, ah, well, Ramon, he only made it 5 more days. Poor Ramon. Okay, off to feed the sharks. Nobody here will know. Nobody here will really care except the people who want to make us stink over this. So, but should we put them back in anywhere in society or back to a place where they might get back into society? And I would raise my hand and say, no, please don't. Not anywhere. One more minute. Yep, 4 hours and 25 minutes. I'm going to smoke this one and tell you all good night. Trump wanted to um, reinstill the death penalty for people, federal crimes, and immigrants and so forth like that. Do you remember a few years back there was a van found parked up for ages that the police broke into to move it, and it was kitted out in the back as a mobile execution van. Same as found on a cargo ship. A contender was found with a chair and chains. No, I did not hear that. But some of the bad guys have been frying some of the good guys. So this has been going both directions. And there are some folks that go, wait a minute now. That guy over there, he deserved it. He's one of them Caristas guys. And I heard that all them, they're Caristas guys, they're all bad. Okay. So there goes that group because they've been outed and spoke about as being bad. And so it's like, well, so, they put the blame on that they're the ones to blame, and that just isn't right. So, but I will continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many blessings from the universe. And so, Richard, did you get my email address that I put out there? So send me an email and I'm at your discretion. You let me know when um you're available or when it's the best time that we can do a Zoomy thingy or whatever. Okay. I love you all and thank you, Katniss, Richard, all y'all, for hanging out with me. And it's been 4 hours and 27 minutes. So I can't seem to make them any shorter. So until next time, please be safe. Okay. And remember, some of these things that are going on now, they're really done on purpose for a reason that's not cruel, but is very, very, very important. We got to stop people from destroying evidence. Why did he get fired? He was destroying evidence. Oh, okay. See you later. I love you. Bye. And cheers, everybody. And until next time, cheers.